And the Prince of Wales is very much a...
Those single ones and those double twos. Somebody has clicked into gear. That 13 dart.
5 darts for this leg. Thornton punishes him.
Welcome to the Modus Super Series on Monday morning, after, of course, the end of Series 8 on Saturday night. The only way to start is with some double trouble fun. It is the second of our double start specials weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Delighted to say, alongside me, Glenn Durrant. Glenn, you reached the semi-finals of the World Grand Prix back in 2019. Just give us an insight into what is to love and hate about the double start format.
Well, it was a format that I did grow up on, and it's interesting that we've got a group here littered with top-class players, but some of the field haven't played double start. So it was one that I really liked, and I had a real love affair with double 16 at my best. So it's one of them games which is a bit of a leveller. So it's not always the best player that comes out. I think all players will fancy their chances with double start. It's a really enjoyable one. It can be a frustrating game as well. But yeah, I think we'll see some thrills and spills this week.
Absolutely right. Before we get into this week, let's just reflect on what was a magical Champions Night on Saturday. This is what happened at the finals night of Series 8. Van Velzen beating Jimmy Van Skeen, another last leg decider for a final. All Dutch as well. After you've had a day to reflect, how do you look back on Saturday night?
Yeah, full of tension, full of anxiety, nerves. You know, you could tell they were playing for 25 grand. The competition really flip-flopped as well. And, you know, at one stage, the two finalists were out. You could see, you know, Jimmy Van Skeen opened his campaign with a 4-0 defeat. Marvin Van Velzen, who went on to win it, was getting beat 3-1, looked down and out. So it had absolutely everything. But to see the smile on the face of Marvin Van Velzen, we had the opportunity as well, like half an hour after the tournament ended, just for him to spend time with his family. And that feeling will live, honestly, that will live forever. If I have one regret or one thing I wanted to say to him is, like, remember that moment, that 10 to 15 seconds and lifting that trophy. He's such a character, and it's just another wonderful story coming out the Modus Super Series.
Yep, certainly is. Marvin Van Velzen, the Series 8 champion, and his name is now added to the Roll of Honour, along with the likes of Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler, Jim McEwen, Scott Taylor, and Andreas Harrison, who, of course, is going to be in action today. Harrison missed out in a final, actually, in getting to Champions Weekend. He was the next reserve if anyone would have pulled out. So it's good for him to be back here straight after that, isn't it?
Yeah, typical Swede. I tried to get a little bit of information out of him this morning, but he's just so cool, so calm. So he's one of the players who has not played double start much in Sweden. I asked him if he's changed his strategy, practicing differently, but you don't get an awful lot. But what you do get is an extremely good dart player.
Yep, he's in Group A, so we'll be in action today alongside the defending double trouble champion Neil Duff. Richie Burnett in action, John Henderson, World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, World Seniors champion before him, maybe more significantly, a former World Grand Prix champion, and Scott Mitchell out of the comms box onto the stage later in the week as well. We've got the likes of Jeff Smith, Devon Peterson, Ted Everts, Mason Whitlock, Adam Lipscomb, local players. Well, Whitlock's Australian but lives near here. Bradley Brooks as well. Looking at that cast list, who do you expect to be seeing on Saturday night this week?
Well, first of all, sometimes we'll write that this is the greatest group in Modus Super Series, but it is the best 6. I mean, not only have we got 6 fantastic players, experience, talent, major winners, but the characters as well. I'm often fascinated about the players' area and how they're going to be, and there'll be a lot of strutting about in there, that's for sure. You can win or lose games in that practice room there, so that Group A is littered. But I really like the look, and let me tell you, the last 3 times I've sat here, I've picked the winner, and this week I'm going for Jeff Smith. I think he could be a real dark horse this week, but it's a beautiful week. I'm really, really excited for it.
Starting to sound like Matthew Aker, who, by the way, congratulations, Matt, if you're watching, reached the final of the Welsh Open. Lost, of course, but he did reach the final. Look, this week, Neil Duff looking to defend a title. You said experience there would be a factor. How much will the experience of actually doing this Remember the format as well. It's double start. It's also first to three, so it's brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, another Lakeside champion. And again, I'm sharing accommodation with him. And I know how determined he is to double up on this as well, pardon the pun. But he said it was a fantastic moment. He loves the Modus Super Series. no hangover from last week. He said he's actually looking at the fact that he's had a week's practice. He's used to that stage now. Yes, it's a different format, but he's looking for a different outcome.
Good job, because he's here next week as well. This is the middle week of 3 for him. Let's see how the bookies see it then going into this second double trouble week. They've gone with Andreas Harrison as a favourite. John Henderson not far behind him. Richie Burnett in third. Mason Whitlock the outsider. Any value anywhere in there for you, Glenn?
Look, Robert Thornton is a major winner, the best top sitter, one of the best top sitters of all time, but not in the best of form these days. But he's used to getting to a Saturday night. It's an incredible record. His 12th appearance here. He's reached a Saturday night on 9 times. But he could be the value of 40 to 1. But is his best days behind him? I'm not going to be the one to ask him that question there. But I do like the look of Jeff Smith at 7 to 1.
Right, let's get into it, shall we? The opening match is between Neil Duff and Richie Burnett. Burnett playing in this format here for the first time, of course, has had success in the World Grand Prix himself. Duff comes to defend his title after disappointment on missing out on Champions Night last week. And Glenn had a little chat with the Northern Irishman earlier this morning.
Well, good morning, Neil Duff, the reigning double trouble champion. What were your memories of that week?
I think just to win it after coming off a bad spell. We came down and played the week before. We'd come from Circus Tavern. Didn't play well. Even the start of that week, I didn't play well. But by usual Neil Duff doing Neil Duff things, Saturday night I went out and I think it was 75% doubles. Yeah.
People always say it's all about getting in with the doubles, but just looking at the statistics of that week, your doubling out all week was sensational.
Yeah, but you can't hit the double out until you hit the double in. That's the end of half the problem, But there was a couple of days. I think there was one day I had the highest average in and out, and then the next day I had the lowest, which you can try and find the balance there. Yeah,
you're a notoriously slow starter, Dale. Unfortunately, I've tipped you to do well this week, so be wary of that. Is there any hangover from last week as well? I know it's such a big week, Champions Week. I know how much desperate you were to win it. Is there any hangover, or do you see it as a fresh start?
No, it's a fresh start. Again, I had this conversation with Mr. Thornton this morning. I was actually glad that I came out on the Friday and started to play like I could. Starts my game starting to come back into it again. I left it too late, but I'm that sort of player. As soon as it's done, you just wipe your mouth and you go, let's go again. So today's it's a completely different week and it's a different format, and I'm ready for it.
Reigning champ, the very best of luck.
Cheers, buddy.
Double toil and trouble here at the Modus Super Series as a new week starts between the end of Series 8, the start of Series 9, which will feature Neil Duff. Week 1 of the next series, he's going to be in action, but he's looking to defend a title at the Live Lounge this week. He won the first edition of Double Trouble. New addition to the Super Series calendar for 2024. These special weeks of which Duff was the doyen of double start darts last time out. He takes on Richie Burnett, the Prince of Wales, who not only has won, like the man alongside me, a world championship, but he has also had some success in playing in this particular format as well. The Prince of Wales, who lost in a final last time he was here at the Modus Super Series, reached, like you, Glenn, the semi-finals of the World Grand Prix.
It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
And a fabulous referee in Owen Binks as well. So a group here littered with fabulous players, and what a start that is from Neil Duff. He is the reigning champion. He has this real determination. I did sort of say to him he can start slowly in the week, and maybe the fact he played last week gives him that head start. But nice start and nice response from Burnett.
63.
It was 2011 when Burnett made it to the final 4 in the Grand Prix, the only professional double start darts tournament, or major double start
41.
darts tournament. Lost out to Phil Taylor on that occasion. Of course, he went on to win the tournament, a tournament that, like most
60.
starting events, he was the main man in, won the Grand Prix 11 times, did the power. But only one man has won double trouble here at the Super Series, and that's the man chucking the darts now. And interestingly, he's starting with the
85.
darts that he started last week with. He did change to his old set of darts as the week went on, Neil Duff.
Yeah, he throws the Joe Cullen dart, doesn't he? So that was a thing that was very noticeable there.
100.
I always find that a little bit strange when you've been a champion, you've been such a good player, why you would then change darts. But listen, Neil
99.
Duff he's got enough experience in this game. He's a champion himself. He knows what's best for him.
Well, both players off perfectly in the opening leg. If you remember last time, the first match
26.
didn't quite go
He'll
that way.
require
Both players, I think
156.
it was Thornton and Painter, missed a fair few darts in. We didn't see a player get brushed in the entirety of the week. Like 104 matches. And
140.
everybody got off the mark in every match.
Yeah, it's a good job you didn't invite me this time. Yeah, Richie Burnett and 2-3-1. I do like to start on the 19s, and that one does give you the option to bring the
45.
bullseye to leave a finish
He'll
there.
require
It
16.
was a fantastic start to this match by Neil Duff. Can he see it out the way he started? Just refreshes himself.
Game shot on the first.
Can't ask for
leg.
much more than that.
Neil
16 dart, a double start. The perfect start for Neil Duff.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Now then, let's see what Burnett does here.
No score.
Interesting that decision there then to switch from tops to tens. He's doing something familiar rather than going for a route that you wouldn't be used to repeating.
No score.
Yeah, a lot of the 16s players don't usually have a plan B. You don't often go for double 8 as a double start.
60.
So Burnett misses 4 to kick off leg 2, as now has Neil Duff, but both in on dart
60.
5.
Yeah, if I was ever going to read a book from a dart player, it would be this man in your picture, the stories you hear about Richie Burnett. But let me tell you, when I sort of first
85.
dabbled in sort of Super League county darts around about the middle of the 90s, I went to a competition called the Gold Cup. And Richie, you know, it was the time when players were beginning to wear the
60.
dart shirts. Everyone was looking pristine. And this man in your picture rocked up with a T-shirt. He looked out of place, but the rumour was he was as good as Phil Taylor at that time. He felt he was the best in the world, and he won it at the canter. He was some player.
Always an entertaining watch as well, Richie Burnett. He's up to something in the background right now.
85.
Yeah, we're going to have Burnett cam this week, no doubt. But there's that flick there he has there. When you stand behind him, you sort of, there's a carpet behind.
81.
You can just see there where the exclusion zone, when you play Richie Burnett, you take another stride back after that because he can do a real Hong Kong phooey on you.
82. Richie, you require 135.
Can he do some dancing on the dartboard here? Decided against going for the ball with Duff not on a checkout, just showing Burnett's awareness. But the reaction there pretty much told you where the darts had landed.
21.
I'll tell you what though, Chris, I did like your interviews with Richie when he was here last time. He's brutally honest, and you know, he admitted that the fatigue can kick in when you hit the Modus Super Suit. I think he'll be a better player
Richie,
for that this week.
Honest, when he won Group A, he said he was going to stay in his room with a cup of tea.
The hot water will come from the radiator.
There are some stories, we might share some throughout the course of the week.
40. Neil, you require 154. $98.
Leaves himself a 2-darter.
Richie,
Burnett's been the better player in this leg, but he has faffed around on the setup plate. Potentially only 1 darter, a double. Has to stay straight on the 20s. Only the 1 darter tops. And with Neil Duff lurking, you sense that had to go.
56.
So double top for Duff.
Game shot on the second.
And remember, it is only a race to 3 on these double trouble weeks.
The leg gets Neil to throw first. Game on. 60.
Remarkably, the week that Neil Duff won the first edition of Double Trouble, his
80.
checking out was stronger than his checking in all the way throughout the week.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the interview this morning to him. He sort of does remember. I liked his answer. He said, but you can't get down to double if you don't
40.
get off. So he knows. Neil Duff absolutely loves the Modus Super Series. Like you mentioned, he's here again next week. He's here in this 3-week stint. I always felt being here a week's enough for fatigue, but he's a fit man.
43.
Loves his darts. And started this really, really nicely.
$140.
He's taking real control of this match, is Neil Duff, right now. Yeah, Richie will tell you every emotion he's going through.
44.
And that'll be music to Neil Duff's ears. Steady ton. He'll want to stay there. He won't want to go downstairs, but that's the problem with that first dart there. It wasn't ideal.
81.
What a stunning last dart.
$140.
Keeps Burnett involved. 180 points, 6 darts, but again, that lateral drift, you can see the shake of the head there.
82.
But that last dart's been a real saviour. From 98's not a gimme, that's for sure. So Burnett will be thinking also the same. 6 darts from here, but once again, a drift out of the 5.
85. Now you require 98.
I mentioned the Hong Kong Fu, and then a headbutt to the dartboard as well.
Well, Neil Duff saw the funny side, but he won't see the funny side of that.
82.
As he allows Burnett back
Which you require 109.
for his love-hate relationship. We love it, he hates it.
49. Now you require 16.
Well, he started beautifully in this match. And finishes it equally as good. The champ is up and running.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff has put on a really professional performance there. We have questioned him on a Monday that he could start the competition really slowly. He felt by playing last week was really going to help him. Good start, good finish, 60% once again. Was a success previously, and he started this. And for Richie Burnett, he'll go back. He'll self-reflect and he'll come back fighting as we move on to game 2. After the short break, it's Andreas Harrison against Big John Henderson.
So after the perfect start to the Duff defence of the Double Trouble title, we get a really enticing encounter here between John Henderson and Andreas Harrison, who seem to keep bumping into each other when they play at the Modus Super Series consistently in the same weeks. Harrison keeps preventing John Henderson from making it through to a Champions Week. The 49-year-old Series 7 champion now looking to add another honour to his Super Series tally. Henderson, who won the World Seniors Championship earlier this year, 51 years of age, from the Highlands in Huntly. And again, becoming a running theme, this, isn't it? A World Grand Prix semi-finalist, like the man alongside me, Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, the game's just going to get bigger and bigger this week. Two players we're really interested to see. For Andreas Harrison, he's been a revelation, hasn't he, at the Modus Super Series. I first saw him at the Swedish Open many years ago. Didn't hear about him for a long time, but not played an awful lot of double start.
No
now,
score.
You may think, well, you know, he practices doubles, he plays on doubles, but there is a different strategy when you're on that double start. It doesn't feel like a normal game.
No score.
And a surprising, disappointing start from both.
Yeah, well, two things didn't happen in the last Double Trouble week.
36.
There wasn't a single time when a player got brushed. That means they were on 5-0-1 still when their opponent went out. That hasn't happened yet here either. And there also
120.
was not a single leg where the player forgot to start on a double, which usually does happen at some point, doesn't it?
140.
Yeah, two big hitters, and I think you secretly fancy a good run for John
95.
Henderson this week, Chris.
Yeah, for me, these are the two favourites. I know the bookies concurred with that. By the way, if you are going to have a bet today, do gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for all the
81.
information on safe gambling. But yeah, I think they got that right, pitching these two as the two most likely to take the title. No disrespect to the defending champ
54.
Duff or anybody else, although maybe he's just changed my mind a little bit. And I thought it was interesting what he said, that he, instead of being down in the dumps about missing out on Saturday, Neil Duff, he was
60.
actually pleased that he played well towards the end of Friday.
Yeah, he speaks well, doesn't he, Neil? He's easy to chat with and always looks forward.
180.
First of the day. Remember, all aim to get there to Saturday night. No party, no hand up.
45.
Yeah,
Johnny
super.
Require 52.
180 from Henderson to tee up tops, his favourite
Game shot
double,
on
and
the
that
first
can be
there.
something, can't
John
it, to have a
Henderson.
double that you're so synonymous with in this type of tournament.
Yeah, that's
So
why
guy
I'm looking
gets
forward to
John
seeing
to
how
draw
Robert
first.
Thornton plays. For
Game
me, one of the best tops hitters of all time.
Yeah, well, he'll stop us saying semi-finalist because he went better than that, didn't he, Thornton? He's won the World Grand Prix.
No score.
Henderson, though, had success on the City West stage, the home of that double start tournament in Ireland. Not only did he reach the semi-finals in 2017, but he knocked out the #1 seed, Michael van Gerwen, in the first round.
No score.
In that run.
Yeah, that first round can be pretty brutal.
60.
Yeah, he'll want to tidy that up, John. Like I said, it's very early on the Monday and what in here. Both massive scorers, so
160.
despite the fact that Andreas took 3 darts to get off, that 160 gives him the ascendancy in this. But here comes Hendo.
140.
You don't get off with your first 3 darts. You could actually hit a 9 dart that doesn't count, couldn't you? You could go 160, 180, 161, and it's only a 12 dart leg.
85.
Yes, we've seen that at the Grand Prix.
60.
Yeah, when I think about it, I could never do the 9 darter, could I? Because double 16, I don't think you can do the 9.
Yeah, well, it baffles me why
100.
anybody goes for anything other than tops, to be honest. You can also hit the 9 dart starting on double 17, as Connor Scott was trying to show us last time.
Yeah, my strategy was clear. I could hit
Right,
double 16 in my mind with 1 dart. Tops. Well, it took me 3.
$81.
Yeah, they look a real thinner dart Andreas is throwing now, and he's one of those players where if he's going to miss the treble, he likes it just to be underneath, where John is the opposite. That standard longer dart where it's more traditionally as Harrison looks at treble 17.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas Harrison. Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, the finishing's been immaculate. And Andreas will be delighted to get off for the first dart. Replicated by Hendo. Good game, good game.
101.
Bumper week of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Not just the double trouble fun, but we've also got more fun coming your way on Sunday from 3 p.m. The second of our influencer events, the Modus Super Series Red Dragon Influencer Darts Showdown. And John Henderson is going to be part of that, along with Robert Thornton. Many decent darters and characters from the world of social media.
40.
You didn't get the invite, did you, Glenn? You weren't regarded to have a big enough following to be one of the influencers for that event.
Yes, I was going to take on Flatface, wasn't I?
100.
Yes, it was a massive success last time.
100. John Liverpool, 100.
Another sellout, no doubt, this Sunday.
Yeah, certainly is, but you can watch it live here on the Super Series YouTube channel from 3.
80.
John Henderson hoping to be 2 or 3 darts away from winning leg 3.
Yeah, Hendo's averaging mid-80s and a double start, that's really good, but Harrison's going to put pressure on.
100.
Both on 2 darters.
80.
Critical part of this match when it's best of 5. Stunning first dart from Hendo. Double 5, takes his time.
70. Andreas break 1, 96. Game show on the third leg.
Before that was going to start there, I've seen Andreas Harrison do that 96 finish so many times.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
Double 18's clearly a double that he really likes as well. He's so adept at that type of finishing now, and Henderson was sat really good, really pretty. But that's the style that Andreas Harrison is at now. Such a top player. And will get better throughout the week, you feel?
Bit of a thorn in the side of
40.
John Henderson is Andreas Harrison. We saw a great example of that there.
$95.
Yeah, that looks like it's the ideal marker, doesn't it? But the way his darts sit,
80.
Andreas, when he does go above that treble 20, we'll try and get some camera angles when he goes above that treble 20, whereas John will stay there. That's absolutely perfect to follow that into a treble.
60.
That's where, if he's going to miss, he just seems to be able to lob them over them darts there. Thanks, Andreas. Just make me look stupid.
That proves awkward for Henderson, having to step across to find a route into that treble 20 bed, but there was no room, no way in.
$59.
I mentioned that Harrison was a thorn in the side of Henderson. He's actually won 6 of their 7 meetings here at the Super Series, including the first 4 on the spin.
Yeah, the one time that Henderson did beat him, he averaged 100 in that one, so that's the kind of form you need to beat Andreas these days. But Henderson looking good to level up here. 6-6 for a 1-2-6.
114. Andreas, you require
Well, this would be the
166.
ultimate act of pickpocketry, wouldn't it? Henderson's safe for the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris, in a sense that of all the brilliant
41,
finishes we've
Johnny
seen, I still
McGuire,
think
12.
Andreas 1-2-1 to win Series 7 is the best finish I've seen on that stage. This can turn nasty, though, for Hendo.
Yeah, and it all started with an attempt at
Andreas, you
1-2-6
require
for John Henderson, which
126.
ironically Harrison now has in front of him. Can still do it by finding the treble. It's gone. I wonder if John will think about
86.
2 for double
Johnny
2.
require
The
6.
fact it's so early on the morning as well, you just... I'd be surprised if he doesn't stay on the 3-3.
No score.
Frustrated John
Andreas, you
Henderson.
require 40.
He's handed this game to the Swede on a silver salver.
Game
And Harrison
shot and the match.
says thank you very much
Andreas
and tucks
Harrison.
in to a 3-1 win. Dirty Harrison back at the Modus Super Series and delivering devilish darts once again. Has a hoodoo over Henderson. The Series 7 champion couldn't make it to the Series 8 finale, but he's back with a bang. A 3-1 success, and in a format that is all about doubling that checkout percentage is something to behold. 3 out of 4, 75%. Harrison off to a winning start, as was Neil Duff. Coming next, Robert Thornton against Scott Mitchell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's double trouble, but no such problem so far for Neil Duff and Andreas Harrison. Both look very, very impressive in this group here that is littered with quality. And the final game is exactly that. Big fan of Scott Mitchell, but also that man in your picture, a major winner in double start in Robert Thornton. Playing with a bit of a smile on his face there. Been here 11 times here at the Modus because he knows this stage so well. And if he can get that double top flowing, he could be a bit of a dark horse this week. But Scott Mitchell, like I say, usually sat in this seat these days. He's really enjoying his days in the commentary box, but he still has that belief that the former Lakeside champion can still be a professional player. So really intriguing game, this one, Murph. I'm not sure which way it will go.
Yeah, he's been looking forward to this as Scotty Dog. Mentioned it a few times on air and off. A new challenge.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Thornton, he's never been the type to roll over. He loves this format, absolutely loves it, having won the World Grand Prix in 2015.
40.
A year on from when he thought he should have won it the first time. Really thrives in the format. As for Scott Mitchell, never really played the format, which is quite interesting. I know Neil Duff plays it regularly. And up north, it's quite common, isn't it? Where I'm from in Yorkshire, a lot of the leagues don't even have trebles on the boards. It's
140.
just doubles that you're going for a lot of the time. But Scott Mitchell, who bases himself in the Bournemouth area, has never really played this game competitively.
Interesting enough, that was always my second dart at a double 19. I know Scott's been tinkering with his darts there, but it looks like that's a new style. I'm just trying to see, I can't see an awful lot of grip on the barrel there. Is he trying something a little bit different?
$66.
Hey, my tummy's been using them for a while.
Well, it suggests that he holds the dart quite far back, doesn't it? Because it's smooth at the front end. The grip's all at the back of the dart.
92.
Yeah, I've sent Scott Mitchell quite a few texts over the past couple of years. He seems to be one of those players who averages so big and ends up just walking into someone with a worldie.
180.
Well, that's what he can do.
29.
Well, Thornton still has plenty in hand, but he's giving them back here.
68.
I just like the way he just stood back for a second there. I get frustrated when a lot of the younger players will just throw that last dart away in anger there, but still gives them the advantage. But Mitchell just seems to be finding his range now.
100. Robert, you require 61.
Could be treble 7. He's gone the traditional way. There's always the feed of it in the bullseye, but it's double 18.
43. Scott, you require
opportunity
97.
for Mitchell. Was with us in the commentary box during Champions Week. He goes treble 18, and it proves to be the right play for him. But that doesn't.
82.
He is having double trouble.
We require 18.
Yeah, he struggled to get off in this game. The sense he was with Thornton, who now sees it out.
Robert Thornton.
But yeah, I always feel it's a bit of a real level of this game. And like I say, Andreas Harrison is not used to playing double star. Scott Mitchell hasn't grown up in this. So I think they'll get better throughout the week as they get used to the sort of process. Andreas said he hasn't changed his practice routines to incorporate the double start. I wonder if that's the case with Scott Mitchell, who's so busy at the moment. When does he get time to practice?
160.
Well, something else that Robert Thornton has done in the double start format is hit a 9-dart finish. One of only 3 players to do so. In fact, remarkably, 2 of those 9-dart finishes came in the same match.
38.
Robert Thornton and James Wade went 160, 180, 161. Won't happen here.
100.
Yeah, early signs are good though. Chris, we sort of said just before the show, if there was going to be value for money, it would be Robert Thornton. Yes, he's not the player he once was, but that double start might be just something that
100
really is the catalyst for Robert Thornton, because for the fee of repeating myself, if he can get that tops going, he'll be a match for anybody. He's a real confidence player, very reminiscent of Richie Burnett. He'll tell you how he's feeling, and looking good for a 2-0 lead here.
$85. 94.
Yeah, I do like that last time. Many players would have gone downstairs on the 19s, but he's got his eye line up there upstairs. Just 2 darts away. Mitchell with the only 180 in this game. Could have done with another. But gets himself down to a finish.
Robert, you require 90.
And the importance of that 140 means that Robert could have changed his strategy there. If Scott hadn't have been on a finish. Which all seems to be working out well for Thornton, unless we see a Neil Duff special on the 138.
$64. Robert, you require 16.
Don't often see him this side of the board. It's not his favourite. But I've
Game's on
often
the
said
second
that about Robert Thornton. He doesn't
Robert
often miss it
Thornton.
either. Thornton leads 2-0, 1 away.
That gets Robert to throw first.
We did say thrives in the format,
Game
and
on.
it's proving to be the case here. Good marker as well. Doesn't use it.
No score.
Only 2 missed darts at a double at the start in the first 2 legs for Thornton. So a little glimmer of hope here for Scott Mitchell. Would need to break
60.
Robert Thornton twice.
$75.
Yeah, there's a few Lakeside champions in the accommodation I'm staying at. Scott Mitchell and Neil Duff are in the house alongside Robert Thornton. So whoever wins this game, the other player has to make tea tonight.
140. $121.
Speaking of our commentators, we mentioned it earlier, big well done to Matthew Edgar, who got to the final of the Welsh Open. A competition that I played Scott Mitchell in the final. That's a long old day. I got a message off Scott late last night saying, from Matthew last night saying, I've played my semi-final, my final's in 4 hours' time. What should I do?
60. Robert, you require 167.
This is for the match. And this is spectacular from Thornton.
142. Scott, you require 141.
Oh, Mitchell's not going to produce a
80.
big finish, so this
Robert,
is
you
for the
require
game.
25.
He's looked superb throughout. And sees the game out. Robert Thornton is up and running in fantastic style. That was a one-sided affair. Scott Mitchell will bounce back because he's a champion. But for Robert Thornton, he did feel he could be the value for money this week. He loves this format. A former major winner, remember, in this double start. And if he gets that double top goal, as he just explains to Scott Mitchell there, good numbers. 85.08. He was the player of the tournament so far in the opening game. Scott Mitchell will bounce back. Only 1 dart or a double for him there, but it was all about Robert Thornton. As we move on to game 4, it's a return of Richie Burnett against Andreas Harrison.
Grab yourself a ticket for any Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series, including, of course, the Champions Night. Now then, let's just give you a reminder of what's happened today in Double Trouble so far. Neil Duff, 3-0 winner on his title defence against Richie Burnett, who's back in action next against Andreas Harrison. Harrison beat John Henderson 3-1 despite missing 10 doubles to start legs in that game. Robert Thornton got the better of Scott Mitchell 3-0. A rude awakening to double start darts for Scotty Dog. But here we have the Series 7 champion Andreas Harrison, who is looking to just bounce back from failing to defend his title in Series 8. Didn't make it through to Champions Week. He missed out on the week totally by losing a final. This time around was the best performer of the losing finalists, Andreas Harrison. Tickets for the next Champions Week will be on sale very, very shortly. We'll update you on that, but you can come to Saturday's final this week, Double Trouble. A very different kind of format to watch. And I'm just going to ask you, Glenn, about Andreas Harrison and whether or not the fact he wasn't here last week, it's a really good thing for him to be here this week, because if he takes away this title, he can kind of say, look, I'm still the daddy, can't he?
Yeah, he can do. I'm sure that's the way he will be looking at that as well. It was fascinating listening to Neil Duff with the same question. He's enjoyed his week's practice on that stage. But for Andreas Harrison, he's got just a little reminder to say, I would have won it if I'd have been it. He's that good these days. He's doing great things away from the Modus Super Series as well on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's doing well in the WDF system. I've seen him play sensation on the Euro Tour. I do expect Andreas to be a professional player very, very soon. He's got the scoring power to play with the top players. But an interesting second game for all his players, because it's a winner versus a loser from game 1.
81.
So there could be a possibility going in game 3 where there's 4 points difference between the top 3 players, but lots of if, buts and maybe, and players like Richie Burnett will want to bounce back from their opening defeat.
140.
Yeah, that's about as much emotion as you'll see from Andreas Harrison this week. The occasional shake of the head and scratch of the forehead, but this is so much better from Richie Burnett. Treble 17 being the shot. Looks really cool in this game, doesn't he?
123.
A little bit of pressure, but Burnett's been superb for a 13-darter.
Game shown the first
outstanding from the Welshman.
Richie Burnett.
Yeah, it's great to see as well. Thanks for people watching on YouTube. There's plenty watching. And one of the things I did see there is something I agreed with. Richie Burnett in 1995 was the best player in the world.
100. No score.
Just one missed start at a double to get off so far in this match for Andreas Harrison. Off first start in leg 1. And the fact that Richie Burnett hasn't got off here. Harrison already
60.
looking good to level up proceedings.
Yeah, Burnett does need to get going, does get going. Can get himself back in it if he can find a couple of treble 20s as well. And all of a sudden,
120.
the leg turns.
Lovely and steady. He's everything that you think about the Scandinavian players. I think they were desperate to see someone from that area, that region, to really come to the fore. And Andreas Harrison, despite his age, for me is a real top player now.
Oh, Burnett was just having a little fiddle with his arm there. Maybe something just went in the elbow as he threw last time, but doesn't seem to be hampering too much.
It was part of my thought process, I must admit, when I looked at Group 8. it's a grueling week here. You know, they're playing so many games, 15 games in Group A alone. It can be a long week. And I was just looking at the types of players that were here. Dare I say more mature players this week. It could be a factor come Saturday night.
65.
Well, I think he put his glasses on there just to put the flight back into the stem.
Yeah, he's does his own thing his own way, Richie Burnett. He has kind of
58.
befriended
Andreas
the
requires
speaker to the back of the
76.
stage. And he gets it to hold all his equipment for him. His glasses are on there now. It was a towel last time he was here.
36.
Much obliged.
I was going to say they're not meant to be in the audience, anyone there, but it was just glasses, I can confirm.
100. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot.
Well, it hasn't been a spectacular start from Richie Burnett, that's for certain. He lost his first match 3-0.
That against Richie to throw
Andreas
first.
Harrison has
Game on.
levelled up this one.
Yeah, there's that narrative of you add 10 to 15 points on your average when you play doubles to get your normal
No score.
standard average.
Interesting choice there from Burnett.
Yeah, usually it's tops to 10s, isn't it? Tops to 16s for Richie.
Yeah, and then 13s with dart
75.
3. None of them successful. Where's he going now? Well, that's 4 different doubles he's gone for in this leg. He's found one of
96.
them.
$140.
Just beginning to motor Andreas Harrison. And after 3 legs, Chris, just 1 missed dart or a double to start the matches. That's a good sign for Andreas Harrison.
60.
That was the question because he hasn't grown up on that game of double start. How will that transition be? Well, it's looking good early doors.
41. $100. $100.
I have this fascination with throws now, and very reminiscent of Dave Chisnell, Richie Burnett. You see the leg go, the arm go, everything, but once the dart has left the hand.
60.
So at times you would think,
Richie
how on
Burnett,
earth has that gone in the treble
145.
20 bed? But the dart's actually gone when all the flicking of the elbow and everything and the kicks arise.
65.
Well, Harrison looking like turning this tie around.
$40. Andreas, you require 80. Game shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Well, when you look at a double start, like I said, only
Fourth
one
leg, it's
missed dart or a
Andreas to
double,
throw first.
which is probably commentator's curse for his 3 darts here. And 2 from 3 at the end of the game as well.
40. No score. $100.
One thing Harrison's really good at now is seeing out games. He's got that experience on the stage now. He's 140 points ahead and Burnett just can't find a double.
No score.
It's taken him 13 darts to get off so far. Richie Burnett, Andreas Harrison, just the 2.
140.
He's been excellent, hasn't he, after losing that opening leg. Harrison has hit back. You mentioned it earlier, mid-80s average in this format is pretty good.
40.
He was 3 out of 4 in his first match, Andreas Harrison. He's 2 out of 3 in this one, at the end of legs as well.
81.
I have to say, barring John Henderson, all 6 players have finished really, really well today. But starting is the name of the game, and Andreas Harrison has nailed it in this match.
44.
And could be moments away for his second win on the spin.
This may seem like a ridiculous question, Glenn, and tell me if it is, but because of all the pressure at starting on a double, does it actually in a way make finishing on a double easier?
There's something definitely about that. You just look at the stats here. We've been looking at the stats at the Grand Prix as well. Neil Duff won it based on that too. So, yeah, I think you could be right. And the way Andreas Harrison has already finished on this 80 score. This time it's to see the game out. It's double 10.
70. $81. Andreas, you require 10.
Doesn't need to go direct. Looks like he is. And why not? We can play like it's 2 wins out of 2 for the Super Swede. And lots of work to do for Richie Burnett, who looked out of sorts at times. He needs to start his double off a lot better than that. But Andreas Harrison looked really polished, really professional that game. He's cool as a cucumber. Was averaging close to 90 throw. Just dipped at the end there, but just over at 80-odd average. Richie Burnett was good on the outer ring when he got a chance. But the Super Swede is really flying. As we move on to Game 5, Scott Mitchell looking for his first win of the day against the very impressive Neil Duff.
And the Modus Super Series champions!
17, but he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
A Bosch. Time faces through. Game, shot, and the match. Easy on the score.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, which this week is the home of Double Start Darts, Double Trouble 2. Got underway earlier this morning, and the Double Trouble 1 winner, Neil Duff, back on the hockey, having won his opening match 3-0 against Richie Burnett. Burnett has since been beaten 3-1 by Andreas Harrison. Scott Mitchell was also beaten 3-0. He lost to Robert Thornton, and now looking to avoid the same fate against Duff in this one.
Yep, Neil Duff looked really impressive, didn't he, in his
First
opening
leg,
game?
it's Scott
Something I asked him
first.
about. In
Game
fact, he
on.
normally starts the week quite slowly. His answer to that was he's had a week of practice here this week. He feels good. But Scott Mitchell will get better in this game.
$60. $103. $45. $140.
He looks really focused as Neil Duff right now. He was delighted to win the double trouble. It would be great to see if he can. It's a tough week this week. Some fantastic players. Group B and C I'm really looking forward to as well. Looking forward to seeing Jeff Smith play. He's my tip for the week. Terrific doubles. Big scorer as well. So looking forward to seeing him play. But Andreas Harrison started fantastically well. Neil Duff is trying to get to 4 points to match the Swede.
Yeah, the Canadian Smith's going to be joined by Bradley Brooks and Adam Lipscomb in Group B on Thursday evening. Group C will feature Mason Whitlock,
95.
son of Simon, of course, who reached the final of the World Grand Prix. Ted Everts and Devon Peterson.
Yeah, terrific lineup, and you can be here on Saturday night as well. I shouldn't have too much bias, but Adam Lipscomb, he can bring some crowd, can't he?
Yeah, get your tickets early if you want to be, because if he does qualify, there won't be a seat left in the house.
140. Neil, you require 74.
Treble 14 for the big 20. A lot of the open bed still standing that top. That's a fantastic camera angle just to see they didn't need to move across. Something needs to happen for Scott Mitchell. This type of finish could be it. It's only going to be the one dart at tops, the same as Duff. Different outcome.
40. Neil, you require 40. Game shot on the
Duff
first
leads
leg.
1-0.
Neil Duff.
More importantly, a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Yep, and
Game
it's
on.
4 legs won by Neil Duff today, 4 legs lost by Scott Mitchell.
No
Well,
score.
thankfully, I was about to say Neil Duff looks fantastic at getting off today, so that's a good start. But I did bite my tongue then. I'm glad I did.
You've got a lot right recently, Glenn, so I think you should quit while you're ahead.
40.
Scott Mitchell hasn't been ahead much today, but he's in this leg, gets off in the first visit. Is Duff going to come away at any point? He's still persevering here.
40.
Perseverance pays off. Well, Glenn did say in the previous leg that you should get your tickets early for Saturday night. You might be wondering how to get those tickets. Well, here's how. Scan that QR code. It'll take you straight through to the ticket page at dartshop.tv. How much are the tickets, I hear you ask? Well, they're free, apart from a small booking fee of £2. No dynamic pricing going on here at the Modus Super Series. £2 is all it will cost you to get in for a great night of watching top darts players throwing top stuff. And this week, even more special with this double start
60.
format. Not often you can get up and watch that. Once a year, really.
$81.
Chance early to break back for Scott Mitchell, just 20 points behind. Soon eradicate with that first dart. After that first one, you won at least a 140.
100.
And for Neil Duff, when you see 240, you want to get it down to the ton. And that doesn't help with the 5, that's for sure.
125. Scott, you require 161. 65.
Sensible
Neil,
play
you
there from
require
Scotty Dog.
150.
Needs a 2-darter. Duff could start downstairs. I might be a little bit too old school, but I'm not a fan of that on 1-1-5. There's a few players that do that now.
75.
Sector play, excellent.
Scott, you require 96.
This needs to go up for Scott Mitchell. It's 4 legs on the spin. He's lost today. He needs something to happen.
$41. Neil, you require 40.
So for a 2-0 lead,
Game shot.
doesn't he look good on that tops?
Neil Duff.
The reigning champion, we spoke to him earlier. He looked really focused.
So leg it, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Playing with real panache.
Yeah, he's won every leg he's played so far, and Scott
80.
Mitchell's had the opposite experience.
$36.
Yeah, we're in the third leg, and Scott Mitchell's only taken 3 darts to miss to get off, so that's not been the issue. He needs to find his scoring boots. And with darts like that, that's exactly what he needs to do, step by step.
$95.
I'm going to say something that I thought I would never say now. I think Scott
60.
Mitchell's a bit quicker today.
So do I. Because I haven't seen him play for a while. I definitely think that's the case. It's his
100.
I did mention he's sort of been tinkering with his dart. I do talk to Scott more than I ever did. We were BDO 1 and 2, and we were never sort of the best of chums at times, but I've always admired Scott Mitchell. I was interviewed once and they said, who's your toughest
60.
opponent ever? So I've sort of followed Scott's career since I lost my tour card, and I sense that too. I sense he's walking around the board quicker. I sense he's getting to the board and actually throwing the dart a little bit quicker.
60.
I wonder
Scott, you
if it's
require
conscious or
161.
otherwise. Would have liked something like that just to spark something.
65.
Sensible thinking, getting rid of the odd and leaving a 2-darter.
There will be pressure coming though.
174.
And pressure, big pressure. Scott Mitchell missed the 96 in the previous leg. At that time, I think I used the term, this has to go. It was the same dart. He persevered on the treble. Same outcome.
60. Now we require
So
36.
Duff to do the double at double trouble.
$18.
And that's just teeing up the line.
Scott, you require 36.
Because on Champions Week, Neil Duff began his Group C campaign with back-to-back whitewash defeats.
Game shot.
He's just missed 3 darts for back-to-back whitewash wins. Now, what we saw happen an awful lot, Glenn, in the first edition of this format was players lead 2-0, and then suddenly it'd all go wrong and the other player would reel off 3 straight legs.
36.
Quite simply, Mitchell has to get off. And that's been a strength in this game for Scotty Dog, and it'll do him a world of good to come back from 2-0 down.
79.
Because Neil will be thinking now.
But he's looking for the same comeback as his beloved Bournemouth FC had at the weekend when they were 2-0 down to Everton and won 3-2.
Yes, I'm glad you didn't invite
45.
Stuart Pikey today. Big Toffees fan.
That's the only football we're mentioning today, Glenn, by the way. Just put you on notice.
100.
Yeah, I think the fact that 2-0 scenario you mentioned there, because Neil Duff will have the back of the mind that he's missed those match
60.
darts at double 18. Now he's got the darts here, he's behind. And dare I say, if Scott Mitchell can fill this up, he becomes favourite for the match.
Mitchell becomes favourite for the match.
180.
Mitchell fills it up.
100. Scott, you
He's
require
going to have 6 starts.
142.
Minimum from 142.
$90.
Good thinking from Scott there. But do you know what? On those finishes, I can't remember a single time where he's hit a treble when he's been between 100 and 200.
Yeah, he needs a win, and I think that's when you'll see the best
95.
of Scott Mitchell. It's
Scott, you
a
require
difficult
52.
scenario when you're potentially going to be 4 points after 2 games behind your opponent. He's been good on tops. Is that too good of a marker?
12. $95. Scott, you require 40. $30.
Missed opportunity.
Neil, you
I just
require
felt it was a little off
70.
balance. I think he thought the first dart was in and almost walked forward. A surprising chance here from Neil Duff. Can he take it?
50.
Frustration
Scott, you require
from
10.
Duff. And now Mitchell to level the match at 2-2. Good guide.
Gauge on the 4 flag.
And all
Scott
square,
Mitchell.
as Glenn suggested. Scott now becomes favourite.
5th and
I like the
final leg,
reaction.
it's Scott to throw first.
A little chat to the dartboard,
Game
the
on.
little fist pump. He's been superb at this starting, remember. And that continues.
55.
And Neil Duff, this has been his Achilles heel in this game. That tops has deserted it.
40.
But what a dart there is.
$140.
Henderson Thornton coming next in the all Scottish showdown. Between
82.
the two World Seniors champions. That's been running 3 years, that, and the trophy has stayed in Scotland. Thornton winning it twice and Henderson taking it off him earlier this year.
Well, we talked about Scott Mitchell speeding up a little bit. It's very noticeable the way he's collecting his darts now.
99.
He's just more taking his time. And you notice by the time he gets back, Neil's already thrown a dart or two. So maybe just trying a few things, Scott. But from 2-0 down,
76.
Scott Mitchell is 6 darts away from victory.
Whatever it is, whatever was missing, he's worked it out. And he's worked that out perfectly to tee up a match-winning double.
59. Scott, you require 36.
From 2-0 down, Scott Mitchell is 9-9 away. From a fantastic
shot
victory.
out of
Things
the
were not
match.
looking good for Scotty
Scott
Duff.
Mitchell.
Lost his opening 5 legs of the day, but found something in that game. But Neil Duff looks a frustrated individual. 4 match darts as we see the smile and the dance from Scotty Duff. A huge relief for him. He is up and running now. Again, good averages, solid averages. The finishing in Neil Duff will frustrate though. But Scott Mitchell is up and running as we move on to that Scottish affair. It's John Henderson against Robert Thornton.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12 dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it, and it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a break at throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive break at throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Into game 6 then here on Double Trouble Week at the Modus Super Series, and it is an all-Scottish showdown between the Highlander John Henderson and the Thorn Robert Thornton, the pair of them who have had success on the seniors circuit in the last 3 years. Thornton winning the first 2 World Championships before John Henderson took that title away from him, and they're about to do battle here. Good friends off the hockey, but there'll be no friends on the hockey. Fierce competitors, the pair of them, the way it should be. The game will be played in a good spirit, and it's a important match really for John Henderson, having gone down 3-1 in his first to Andreas Harrison, whereas Thornton looked $1 million. He's been inconsistent of late, but that was a good start against Scott Mitchell.
First leg, it's John
and reminiscent of the Scott Mitchell game there for
Game
John
on.
Henderson. It wasn't looking good for Scott, but that one win there can change everything. And John Henderson will have been a little bit disappointed. However, Andreas Harrison will be seen to be one of the favourites this week.
Score.
Well, Robert Thornton was superb because of that.
160. No score.
Yes, Glenn sits forward and waits for the 9 darter.
100.
Not to be for Robert Thornton over a fabulous start. And Henderson off after his 7th dart.
120.
I think all players are just settling into this double off now. Obviously, of course, it's not familiar to them.
60.
But I'm really, really excited for the week. It's a group littered with talent, littered with experience and titles, world championships, major
60.
wins, big characters, big egos. Who will come top? Well, it's the super Swede at the moment who started superbly well.
81.
Robert Thornton has the chance to stay unbeaten and join Andreas on 4 points.
Yeah, and then they would play in the 3rd round of fixtures.
140. Robert, you're required 100.
Well, I was about to say, safe setup shot there from Robert Thornton, but it proved not to be in the end.
Yeah, the 6 missed darts at a double for
141.
John Henderson. You would think there's no comeback from that. However, he's left tops. But Thornton has been good on this double. This time had to move over, but still no issue whatsoever. Robert Thornton is looking superb.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game.
Pair of them travel together a fair bit. Although, not yesterday, John Henderson stayed up in Scotland
160
to watch the old firm, his beloved Celtic, getting the better of Rangers.
A little bit different for Robert Thornton. 9-hour drive. I was complaining at my 5-hour drive.
Well, that is 5 perfect darts.
140.
That's where it ends.
$58. $40. $140. Johnny McCoy, 160.
Couldn't tee up the 9 darter, but he does leave the 161. Well, there's the 1, I suppose.
81. Robert, you require
It's a really good game, this. So treble 19 needed for double 19. Just creeps into the treble 7.
59.
We've seen this finish already today a few times. And in a best of 5 game, you have to say, John Henderson, this may need to go. He started well on tops and finishes well on tops. 1-1.
John Henderson.
Good dart as well, Glenn, because he had to pitch that perfectly, didn't he? Had he just got that slightly wrong, could have collided into the other dart and diverted it from the double.
Yeah, he has that traditional way of throwing the dart, so it sits up and it's a long dart he's throwing. So yeah, it was a cracking dart.
And it's also why he decided he could no longer persevere with tops to get off in the 3rd leg. Double 18 successful for John.
No score.
Robert unsuccessful. He's finding something here, Henderson.
100.
It's only the 2nd time today Robert hasn't got off with his first 3 darts.
100.
Really enjoyable game, this one. Scenario simple. If Robert Thornton wins, he still remains unbeaten going
44.
into his next match with Andreas Harrison. If John Henderson wins, then there's only Richie Burnett yet to get off the mark.
54.
I don't expect Chris to see a runaway winner of this Group A, but if there's going to be anyone, Harrison's like the silent assassin, isn't he?
There certainly is, and he's become so good in this particular building, in this venue and this tournament. And just wondered if the double start might stop that a little bit, be a bit more of a leveler, but so far it's up and away from Andreas Harrison. But here Henderson is taking his claim to be in that conversation. Probably, in a way,
125.
better for that pair to have played each other early, the 2 favourites. Saw many days when they were in a Group A earlier where Harrison won all 5 games, Henderson won every game apart from the one against Harrison. That could happen again today.
92.
Put some pressure on this.
30.
Double 15. It's become quite favourable with a lot of the dart players these days, but there's the worry of hitting the big 15. Sometimes you can just be not aggressive
15.
enough, and when you do go aggressive,
Robert, you require
you hit
72.
the 15. A shake of the head there from Henderson. An unexpected chance here from Thornton. It's one darter, his beloved tops.
32.
He thought that was in.
John, you require 15.
The reaction, as expected, 7 for double 4 for Hendo.
Game shot in the third leg.
Who
John
edges
Henderson.
ahead. Reminder, this game 6 of today's
Fourth leg,
15.
it's Robert to throw first.
We'll bring you 104 matches over the course of a week. 3 single sessions. Group A. Monday to Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. And then Thursday and Friday, we get double trouble. Group C underway from 1 p.m.
No skill.
UK time, 10 p.m. for Group B. The likes of Jeff Smith joining the action. And Saturday night, 7:30.
100.
It is the finals night. And what a great finals night we had to cap off Series 8 on Saturday, Glenn.
100.
Yeah, it was a real honour to be here. And just so many twists and turns. It was a fabulous night. I think so many players will have gone away thinking,
100.
I coulda, shoulda, but the woulda. Was down to 2 young Dutch lads, and it was Marvin van Velzen in the end, a very deserved winner.
81.
Did I mention I picked him to win it, did I?
Once or 12 times, yeah.
134.
Oh, MVV, the new champion. He'll have his name etched onto the trophy like Andreas Harrison. Robert Thornton, of course, beat MVG to win the World Grand Prix.
140. Robert, you require 47.
The darts like this has been a superb leg from Robert Thornton. Can he see it out?
Game
yes, he
shot
can.
the fourth
14
leg.
dart, a beautiful
Robert
leg.
Thornton.
However, still in the hands of John Henderson.
Fifth
It's a
and final
wry
leg is
smile
John
there
to
from
throw
John.
first. Game on.
But he has the dart. If he can get off first dart, you feel great. Robert Thornton will be turning around now with that little bit of a sigh.
79.
Thornton, 120 got off in the previous leg. Good game, this.
Yeah, good game between good friends.
101.
Once teammates, of course, for Scotland at the World Cup of Darts. I always remember when Henderson gave Thornton a rather heavy-handed pat on the head. Do you remember that one?
140.
Thornton was feeling the repercussions of that for a while. And also a World Cup winner, John Henderson, though not with Robert Thornton. That was Peter Wright, who was excellent at the European Tour this weekend.
Yeah, big shout out to Peter Wright. Absolutely delighted for him.
'81.
He was going for the 18s there. You don't often see much emotion from John Henderson. Just opens the door slightly for Thornton. But that door could be ajar.
76.
Well, deadlock, but Henderson's still the slight favourite. Needs to find a treble to really stamp home that advantage.
100.
Does that. Last start in hand.
Yeah, this match is very, very much in the balance. However, just at the vital time, there's a few darts going astray, but also a couple of darts going plumb in the treble.
101.
It'll be a 1 for tops.
81.
Thornton gets his chance.
Robert, you require
One
63.
match dart gone for John Henderson. Will he rue that? It's going to be one match dart for Robert Thornton. It's tops.
23.
Both players missed the same target.
John, you require 20.
Both have had their chance. Now Henderson has 3 clear. Double 5.
10.
Cannot find it.
Robert, you require
Sickening feeling
40.
for John Henderson. He played that last leg superbly well. You don't expect Thornton to miss. Down to the wire. And what a dart from Robert Thornton. Look at that reaction.
Robert Thornton.
Obvious disappointment there from John Henderson, but that was a terrific game. Look what it means to Robert Thornton. He's been at the very, very top of the game, but the enthusiasm is still there. Averages were round about 80 to 90 throughout there, but mid-80 average for Robert Thornton. 2 wins out of 2. And in his third game, he will play Andreas Harrison, so look out for that game for the 2 unbeaten players as we see the return of Richie Burnett, still searching for his first win against Scotty Mitchell. That's up next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
High face is through.
Madam, oh look at this, he's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Oh, wow. The crowd was jeering, the crowd was giving him a little bit of stick there.
It is the streaming sensation that is prevails!
Yeah, tickets are available for that. It should be fun. Only a small few. So if you are going to get them, go to dartshop.tv right now and get them. The action gets underway from 3 p.m. here on the YouTube channel on Sunday. But back here at Double Trouble, well, this is what's happened in the opening couple of rounds of fixtures. Neil Duff getting a win against Richie Burnett, 3-0. Burnett going down in both of his games. Andreas, Harrison and Robert Thornton winning both of their matches. And Scott Mitchell bouncing back from a 3-0 defeat in his first match to defeat Neil Duff 3-2 in his second. In fact, he was 2-0 down in that game. He takes on Richie Burnett in Game 7 of today's 15. All smiles before the game starts. Richie Burnett up to his usual antics. And you mentioned it in the previous match, actually, Glenn, that Scott Mitchell, maybe as the game went on, started to slow down, a bit more like his old self. If it's going to affect anybody, that kind of slow play, it's going to affect Richie Burnett, isn't it? So keep your eyes on this one.
Yeah, whenever I played Scott, it wasn't the fact that he throws slowly. I mean, Scott worked with a guy who darts. It's and it's all part of the process of him throwing a dart, keeping his heart rate down. It's not anything to do with he's a seriously slow player. He's just trying to get the best out of himself. And
game on.
I mentioned the fact that Scott's darts looked a little bit different these days. The fact that it looked like he was speeding up a little bit. It could be just a bit of a trial and error this week of a few things are speeding up, but it just seemed to be getting better throughout the game as he seemed to be slowing down.
Yeah, Burnett may not see it that way. That even though he knows what to expect, it's hard not to react sometimes. And anyone that's ever been to or seen the way that a PDC Players Championship tournament is set up, basically there are several boards just lined up next to each other in sort of cubicles. And I remember once watching Richie Burnett from a distance. He was playing a guy called, I think his name was Gareth Pass. Quite a methodical player, shall we say. As Burnett bangs in a 180. And while Pass was throwing, Burnett was walking down 3 boards, 3 cubicles in between every throw. And at one point, he sat down on a chair.
75.
Yeah, I was one of the minority, Murph, where I prefer to play a slower player than Ricky Evans. I really struggled against the pace.
100.
Well, no struggling so far from Burnett, who has really got a spring in his step at the start of this match. 92 after a missed double in 180, 100 to leave 129 after 9.
100. Richard required 129.
Doesn't need to start in the 19s. Sensible play there from Burnett. But it's only sensible if he can get the setup play, which he will do now. Excellent
89.
dart from the Welshman.
$60. Richie require 40. Game shot on the
Burnett
first
leads
leg.
1-0 and an
Richie
excellent
Burnett.
leg of darts. His best leg of the day. I was just looking there, Murph, as he was going for that. I still think you've got 5 players who want to be professional players. Maybe Neil Duff has made a decision to stay on the amateur circuit. The WDF is the best years behind Robert Thornton. But I'd be keen to hear the story of Richie Burnett, who's just come back from being a professional player. If that's what he wants to do at the back end of the year as well.
It doesn't seem to be able to resist, does he, Richie, giving it a go?
No score.
And he's still got a good game in him.
I think he's got an excellent game in him still, and it was interesting to listen how much it can grind you down, the professional tour. Listening to Steve West last week, and yeah, how did Richie enjoy those couple of years being back with the best players in the world?
He did actually say in one of his many interesting interviews last time he was here
52.
that he felt that by being a professional player, he actually couldn't play as much as he would have liked. In the couple of years before that, he was playing in the previous guise of the Modus Super Series, the Live League in Southampton,
100.
which actually came to an end 2 years ago today. But yeah, he was playing so often then, he felt he was playing better, which is what got him his tour card back. But then you're turning up at events, playing maybe 1 or 2 games and just not getting that competitive match practice that you're able to get when you've got freedom of choice.
Yeah, so many options now for amateur players. It was always roles reversal, that answer, where you wanted to play professional darts to get regular matches.
For those who aren't well versed in the rules, the 128 PDC tour card holders can only play
41
PDC darts. If they're not tour card holders, they can still play PDC darts, but that would be on the Challenge Tour, but are also able to go and play in other systems like the WDF and also here at the Modus Super Series. ADC as
58.
well available to them. There's just plenty going on. There were lots of ADC qualifiers for the Super Series yesterday as well. We might bring you a few names that have notably made it.
81.
Yeah, the Northeast one, I was actually sat
157.
press and refresh every couple of minutes. I couldn't watch half the time as Scott looks at this 157. My good friend Carl Coleman got beat in the final. So well done to Ryan Brandley, who will be seeing at the
60.
Modus Super Series.
And later this week we'll give you the lineup for week 1. We've already spoiled one of the
60.
names. Neil Duff, of course, is in the middle week of a 3-week stay in Portsmouth. Top 7 for Mitchell. Double 10 then for Mitchell.
87. Richie require
Burnett is
167.
searching for his first win of the day. Well, we're searching for our first real big finish. As we go into game 6, yet to see a 100+ finish yet.
39.
But it's advantage Mitchell for 1-1.
Scott, you require 10. No score.
Well, this gives Burnett an outside
Richie,
chance.
you require
He'd
128.
double his leg lead if he took this out. Treble 18 will be the first port of call. Now treble 20. So Mitchell does return.
Yeah, I think Burnett missed the trick with that score of 39 in the previous, because
88.
when your player's on
Scott,
10,
you require 10.
it's never the nicest double for dart players. He was on the wire in all
he's
3
on the
darts. No such
second
problem for
round.
Scott Mitchell this
Scott
time.
Mitchell.
Level after 2.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Unlucky there, just deviating to the right.
63.
Yeah, Scotty Dog hasn't gone off with his first 3 darts in this match.
$40.
There you go, my mate. Commentator's curse.
Burnett not happy.
40.
And that's the thing these days, isn't it? Burnett still has that brilliant A game in him, but just too many stray darts can suddenly be level in a leg where he's flying ahead because he chucks in. You mentioned the 39 in the previous leg, kicks off this one with a scoring visit of 40.
Yeah, it's when you've got control of the leg, the match as well. I mean, visually, that second dart, you would think that's gone in treble 12. But if we ever do a super slow-mo on his throw, the kick and the movement is when the dart's actually gone very similar to if you study Dave Chisnell's throw.
140.
That fabulous run at the UK Open, didn't he, Burnett, as well? Last year, that was superb to the latter stages of that tournament when he's strutting onto the stage to the stereophonics.
100.
He's got a bit of rhythm, you know, Richie Burnett. He's a great dancer. Does an excellent Mowgli.
Scott Mitchell's an excellent break dancer, apparently. But that's a beautiful throw. Very high elbow.
125.
Tall, elegant. And is all of a sudden now taking control.
Right, here we go. Watch the leg come over the head.
174.
It went in as well. How?
Scott, you require 96.
What a time to get a side view. How many times does Scott Mitchell leave 96?
What a dart that is. 88.
No
Oh, well, he's
score.
left 96 again, Glenn.
Richie
I thought that was
requires
guaranteed to go,
24.
and I thought we were going to see everything coming from Richie Burnett there, because he'll feel everything was against him if that had gone in. Missed opportunity for Mitchell.
Game shot on the third
No
leg.
such problem for Burnett.
Richie Burnett.
He's one away from his first 2 points of the day.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
There he's rubbing his lucky speaker. Richie Burnett.
61.
The mind boggles.
Let's see if it was lucky.
Not really, was
No
it?
score.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
$100.
Very solid.
Well, following this one, we're going to see a clash between the two players that have won both of their games
No
in
score.
Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton. We thought Robert was expressive. He's got nothing on the balmy Burnett.
60.
I mean, it'd be so typical of Burnett to check out on 160 here.
Can't check in at the moment. There we go. That does come into play, doesn't it, Glenn? You've played in this format. You don't want to get brushed. Even though the leg you might feel has gone, you don't want to get brushed.
100.
I think the speakers just said, will you leave me alone, please? It's Monday morning, I'm tired.
Yeah. A little bit like another famous place. We've got the speaker telling Richie
97.
Burnett, order, order.
Yeah, but joking aside, Richie be glad those missed darts of double were in this leg. I think he's put this leg to bed now with, you know, Scott will see out this
100.
leg, that I'm sure. But Richie Burnett will have the darts in the last leg, and I have a feeling that's where he's thinking now. You just sort of let go of these darts.
And it'll be a relief for Scott Mitchell having bust 96 in the previous leg.
120.
Could that bounce out so far? It nearly went in the speaker.
Scott, you require 80.
Somehow managed to stay on his feet there, Richie Burnett. He looked like one of those big inflatable men that you see outside a car garage, didn't he?
40.
Great to watch.
Too many of those today. We'd be glad it's in this leg.
41.
Biggest leg of the match coming up for
Scott, you require
Richie Burnett.
40.
And Mitchell for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Mitchell.
It was 8 missed darts at a double to get in last
Fifth
time for
and
Richie Burnett.
final leg, it's Richie to
He
throw
knows
first.
the importance.
Game on.
If he can get off with this first dart in this format.
Not the first. Not the second. But the third.
32.
And that might be enough.
Well, Scott got off first dart last time. And a little chatter to himself is exactly what you want in this scenario.
120.
Advantage, Scott Mitchell.
The leg is activated by both players, and Burnett straight in the treble.
And that's perfect.
140.
Yeah, it was just a little nod of the head there for Scott Mitchell.
I don't think Richie Burnett's ever just done a little nod of the head.
60.
I mean, he's literally all over. We'd be delighted to hear the dulcet tone of Owen Binks with that score of 60. Because Burnett has got control. When Scott turns around, watch the... Oh, wow.
83.
Wow.
I think Scott was actually having a little look at how far behind he needs to stand there. He had a look at Richie's leg. He's probably been kicked by a horse or two in his time, Scott Mitchell.
100.
Nothing to separate.
It's been a gripping game. But Burnett has been perfect when it's come to finishing legs. 2 darts at double to win legs. He's hit them both.
For Scott Mitchell, be thinking he won his previous game in the decider.
100.
Whereas Richie still searching for those first 2 points. That can have an effect. I can assure you, but treble 18. What a way to finish for Richie Burnett. That's the way to do it for the Welshman. An intriguing game, that one. Once again, it flip-flop from one way to the next. He's just chatting away to the speaker there. He's telling him off. That is absolutely fantastic. Scott Mitchell saying, hey, speaker, you shouldn't show advantage to someone, but played in great spirits, and what a fantastic way to do it. This is incredible. And there's the stats of the game. And the one thing that stands out there, when he needed a double at the end, Richie Burnett, 3 from 3, 100%. But the highlight, the highest finish of the day, 146. Richie Burnett gets his first 2 points of the game. As we move on to the 2 unbeaten players, it's Andreas Harrison against Robert Thornton. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen an unbelievable ending there from Richie Burnett, a player you just can't take your eyes off. With help from the speaker at times, it was a 1-4-6 finish to win a match that went all the way. But these two players are unbeaten today. Robert Thornton has been superb. We questioned whether his form or the fact that he loves this format. And like I said, that big smile on his face tells you exactly that's gone his way so far. But Andreas Harrison, who was a favourite with the bookies this week before the dart was thrown, not used to the double start format, so we were unsure from that point of view. But he's been like a duck to water. He's been superb so far. So the battle of the two unbeaten players. Which player out of these two, Chris, do you think will go 3 out of 3?
Game on.
Well, you would have to think Andreas Harrison, but the format may favour Thornton, so it's difficult. But Harrison has played well so far, lived up to that favourite billing. He is the man here at the Modus Super Series. I mentioned didn't make Champions Week, Glenn, but he was the next best player. Had any player pulled out, he would have been there. A 95 average for his last week here.
Yeah, it's that brutal format of that Saturday night.
130.
You look good throughout the week, but it's cutthroat. It's knockout darts at the end. He just fell at the final hurdle.
100.
Great start to this match. Just a little look to the scoreboard there for Andreas.
140.
Well, sometimes you can build up a game in relation to two unbeaten players. Well, this has been a fabulous start, barring that dart, Andreas. And that one.
40. Robert, you require 141. $55. Andreas, you require 106.
Treble 18 will be the shot. Double 16.
74.
I'm just seeing Richie Burnett hit that double 16 in that combination finish. Will Andreas Harrison be back? It may be the bullseye for Robert Thornton with his last dart. Back to the centre of the hockey.
37. Andreas, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
The first leg goes away of the Super Swede.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It's been a good day so far. Always good, dramatic fun. This double trouble format, double start, double finish.
No score.
And Thornton couldn't start with his first 3 in leg 2. What an entertaining encounter we just witnessed between Richie Burnett and Scott Mitchell. Speaking of fun, good spirit at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. People in the chat room have been enjoying that game as well, so thanks for tuning in, everybody.
$36.
Assuming that second dart was chucked at double 4, then he wasn't just missing double 18 by a long way, but gets there in the end, Thornton.
81.
It can really hurt you, Andreas. He's a deceptively big scorer and already taken real control of this game. It's a good start to the match for Robert Thornton.
100.
Andreas has stolen the throw in this one. It would be a breaker throw for Andreas, but Thornton with that ton just hanging on to the shirt tail right now.
85.
This is the middle match of the day. Only a couple of them we've seen
36.
Go 3-0. Thornton actually winning one of those. That was against Scott Mitchell. Harrison enjoyed 2-3-1 wins over John Henderson and Richie Burnett. Actually, the second and third favourites to win the week. So he sorted them out straight away, hasn't he?
99.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's been a stunning start.
$60. 140. Andreas, you're
Excellent response there from Thornton. Well, I think he went tops there.
90.
It's a conservative dart. Change of strategy for Thornton. Bullseye again.
Game
Smack bang in the middle of the red carpet. That's exactly what he needed. Super game from the pair of them. Remember, both unbeaten.
Game on.
If they can go into their fourth game with 3 wins under the belt, they'll fancy their chances to go through the card. It was a wonderful finish from Robert Thornton. By the time he's got back to the hockey, he sees his opponent off with a first dart again.
80.
2 with the first 3 legs. Both players off with first dart. Full of quality this game.
Yeah, it really is. Where would you say
100.
you'd want your average to be in a double start match?
I think if you're averaging 90, I mean, we've seen players winning today.
180.
Gets the first 180 of this game. Mid-80s is, you know, you're arguably then looking at around about a 95 average in a normal game.
140.
But if you're averaging anywhere near 90 in a double off best of 5, it's going to be tough to beat.
28. Andreas, you require 160.
I had to squint to see if that was in.
Thornton
put some pressure on, but the way Harrison's darts land, he's not going to block this. As you can see perfectly, though he doesn't get near it. Double 10.
50.
Opportunity knocks for the Scotsman.
Yeah, he's been second best in this leg. And these are the type of chances when things are going your way. He's already hit the bullseye once in this game. He wants that red carpet again.
63. Andreas, you require 10.
So double 5 for Andreas.
Game's on the
Pins
third
it perfectly. And he's on course for a hat-trick of wins.
Yeah, it's the fact he has no emotion. It's the fact that there's ice going through his veins. As an opponent, you try to get under the skin of someone like Andreas, but under those situations, he's just so cool and calm.
56. $97.
If he ain't getting off with his first dart, Andreas Harrison is getting off in his second dart. And that bodes well for the rest of the week.
You can see here the difference between the way the darts land for the players. Harrison's a stacker.
180.
Where
What
Robert
a
Thornton's
timing to go to that.
stand up, don't they?
Leave the camera angle like that, Murph.
Well, Thornton doesn't want a 180 next visit, 140.
100. Robert, you require 140.
This for 2-2.
120.
Really like that last dart.
124.
Harrison for the match. 64 points away. Bullseye.
99. Robert, you require 20. No score.
So Harrison will return for the remainder.
Andreas, you require 25.
Misses a big number, which means it's just the one dart, double 4.
21.
Thornton gets a
Robert, you
reprieve.
require 20.
Very, very unexpected from Andreas there.
on the
Robert
fourth
Thornton
there.
didn't think he'd be back. It's been a
Robert
good
Thornton.
game. Probably deserved to go the distance. But it's Andreas
and final
Harrison
leg, it's
who's,
Andreas
if
to
he
throw
doesn't get up
first.
with his first start in this
Game
match, has been getting off in his second. But when it's a last leg decider, will it be any different? No.
60. 81.
Robert Thornton has got off with his first dart 3 times in his 5 legs. So whatever happens in this match, I think both will see the positives of a good
59.
start of this Group A on the Monday. But very much all to play for.
83.
Don't know about you, Glenn, but I just feel that if Robert Thornton can get off to that good start, it's going to be more
100.
significant for him than Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, there was more questions than answers, wasn't there, about Robert Thornton? We know he's not playing like he was. He's still doing really well on the exhibition circuit. I've seen some really good averages in there, but he just loves this format. But Andreas Harrison, there's just something about him these days. Just when you think you've got the better of him, he'll ping up a real big score. This is going right to the wire.
97. Andreas, you require 142.
Really like that on 122 to
122,
use that bullseye. Hit the treble 19. Needs the treble, Thornton.
41. Andreas, you require 40.
So this for the game. And the game goes the way of Andreas Harrison. A good game as well it was. And he averages over 90 in the end. Very respectable, very good in fact in the double start format. He breaks the winning streak of Robert Thornton and in doing so keeps his own going. 3 from 3, a hat-trick for Harrison, who wins that 1-3-2. The average, as I said, 91.15 in this format. That is really, really good. 3 out of 8 on the doubles at the end of legs and 3 wins for Andreas. Coming next, the defending champion of Double Trouble, Neil Duff, taking on John Henderson.
Start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back to back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back to back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet in the online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, this fantastic venue here in Portsmouth. Wasn't it great to see the memories there of the early days of Southampton? 2 years to the day since we've been here in Portsmouth, but it was just wonderful to see how it's progressed. All the players who've played at the very top, like John Henderson, a World Cup champion, and Neil Duff, a WDF World Champion. They love being here on that stage, which is a real testament of how far this Super Series has come. For John Henderson, it's been a disappointing start to the day. He was clearly frustrated when he lost. He had match darts, 4 match darts against Robert Thornton.
Game on.
And also lost his opening game to the very impressive Andreas Harrison, who we have just witnessed in a real masterclass of a match with Robert Thornton. Both were absolutely tremendous throughout, but it was the Super Swede that goes 3 out of 3. They all count, Neil.
$80.
Well, where you throw, it's...
$60.
It comes into it with double start as well, doesn't it? Because if you're the type of player whose darts generally miss left and right, then going for tops makes
60.
sense. But if you're a player who generally misses high and low, then you might be better off going double 11 or even double 6 or somewhere down the side of the board. Because if you miss in the way you usually would, it'll drop into another double.
Yeah, a lot of novice dart players will start the double 11 because you've got the opportunity, like you mentioned, of flicking into 14s or the double 8.
45.
The standard of these players now, they'll go to their go-to double. It depends how stubborn you are on the double is probably my question. Now, where if you just go under that top 8 we've seen, you do need a strategy. You do need a plan B. Do you go to 18s? Do you go to 16s? Like I said, so many players will use the 19s bed as well, so we might see more of that throughout the week.
Simon Whitlock would start on various doubles when he played, often seen him start on double 14 or double 13 even. Mensa-Suljovic would start on double 14, but that was largely because that's what he tries to leave at the end of legs anyway.
Yeah, I used to use local league and I would start them, surely not the 180, John.
174. Now we are at 112.
Excellent bit of refereeing there by Owen Binks. Managing to get the big call out for the 174 and tell Neil what he required, all in one quick breath. Underestimated talent now.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's talented tungsten tossing from John Henderson.
Yeah, it's talented because you don't want to be putting the next
first.
player coming up there. So Owen realised he wants to get the shout out of the 174, but also the understanding that Neil Duff's on a finish there. So yeah, excellent refereeing.
No score.
It's been a super day here at the Super Lounge. The last 4 matches all going to deciding legs.
100.
This is brilliant from John Henderson, recovering from 3 missed darts to start the leg.
$60.
Yeah, 6 great players, meaning every game has a meaning. Every game has just something about it. Like I say, for John Henderson, he needs to get up and running.
93.
Probably has the realisation now that my co-commentator Chris Murphy's tipped him to do really well this week. And we know how bad your tips are because mine are so good.
100.
And for Neil Duff, he left frustrated. It was a super start, wasn't it? But then when you're 2-0 up against Scott Mitchell and to lose that game 3-2, he has had time to go back and sort of reflect.
140.
He started disappointingly in this game. It's John Henderson that has the ascendancy right now.
By the way, I'm a Yorkshireman, Glenn. I never tip.
John, you require 148.
Not at the Super Lounge anywhere.
$140.
Well, it was double 4 in the first leg for John Henderson.
John, you require 8.
Will it be double 4 again? Yes, it
Game's on the
will.
second
Henderson
leg.
leads 2-0. His
John
best
Henderson.
performance of the day. Averaging over 93 in this game.
Third
As
leg,
we've
it's Neil
mentioned
to
a few
throw
times, if you're
first.
looking at
Game on.
a normal average, the usual rule is if you're playing double in, if you add another 10 onto it, meaning John Henderson is averaging over 103 in this game.
A big reason for it, the doubling out. If the doubling in
40.
was a little bit better from Henderson, it would be 3 figures, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was great chatting with Neil Duff earlier. He realised that his success in winning this last time was
100.
actual singing the games out, and that's been a trend today as well. Andreas Harrison is just getting that balance right between getting in very easily and seeing the games out as well.
44.
He's been superb today.
Bit of a surprise to see Henderson
100.
2 defeats from 2. It looks like that'll change here, but a quick reminder, the last 4 games all going the distance, and the first one of those did see a player lead 2-0 and lose the match 3-2. That player happened to be Neil Duff.
Which top 8 player in the world detests double start?
139.
Well, good question. I'll give you my answer in the next leg. I'm just trying to remind myself of the top 8, to be honest. Duff here, they're looking at double 16. Gets it, and maybe the comeback is on.
Yeah, it's incredible how Darts can sort of turn around. In his previous game, he was 2-0 and cruising against Scott Mitchell and lost that game 3-2.
I'm going to say
55.
Get a win price.
Rob Cross.
No score.
It surprises me that, because doubling has tended to be a big part of his game. And he's got
60.
his go-to doubles as well, 18s and 16s.
$80. $81.
Which top 8 player detests pairs?
I don't know, but do they like apples?
120.
It's an individual game, isn't it, for a lot of people? Michael Van Gerwen?
Rob Cross.
And the next thing that happens is Glenn asks me a third question. I say Rob Cross, and that's not the answer.
59.
Which Modus Super Series commentator detests Glenn Durrant?
Which top 8 player has 5 letters in his surname?
Michael Smith. There you go.
This is a fantastic response here from Neil Duff, just quietly but
81.
effectively getting on with his job. They've both left bogey numbers, meaning Duff has 6 starts on this one, 6-2. Needs to treble though.
95.
Gets it.
Oh, this will be a big win if Duff can turn this around. Not only is he going to leave Henderson floored at the foot of the table, but it's bouncing back after he let a 2-leg lead slip himself in his previous game.
95.
It's the perfect remedy, isn't it?
It's finely balanced, but this is the kind of darts that Neil Duff was producing in his opening game. It was a 14 dart in the previous leg, complemented with a 17 darter, and he has the darts in the last leg.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
He has squinted a lot all day today, John Henderson. And Neil Duff now becomes favourite for this game. Incredible turnaround.
No score. $40.
That gives some hope for John Henderson,
who went back to the hockey, and I think he thought everything was done and dusted. But that dart there means he's right back in this match.
120.
That will frustrate Duff. He had this leg and match in the palm of his hands, and all of a sudden his last 4 darts. Can he bounce back?
41.
Shake of the head from Duff, who knows that Henderson has just become favourite. Once again, Duff having the darts in the decider. But the Highlander fails to fill his boots. Still in the balance, this one. One big visit could change it.
83.
In this format, best of 5, this double, there's not a lot to separate. Andreas Harrison has been a dart ahead of the rest of the players, you feel.
47.
But I think we're in for a super exciting week this week.
Too many darts like that for Neil Duff to start visits. He's done it in 2 of the last 3, and he hit a treble one
77.
in the middle dart of his previous 3 as well.
Yeah,
if I was Neil Duff now, maybe just take a breather before John take those darts. He's rushing to the hockey there. Needs a treble again.
43.
But not that treble one. Nobody wants it.
So many darts that are just finding the wrong segments here.
The facial expressions, the body language, but I asked for some play just to take the time. Maybe the fact you didn't know the score there. But that last start was a real saviour there. The trebles are just going dry for Duff.
60.
Is that enough?
Require 160.
Can John Henderson get off the mark finally today? Has to find a way past that. And couldn't land the treble 20, so Duff gets a go. A total turnaround in this game. He himself was 2-0 up in his last match, lost it 3-2. 2-0 down in this match. But is he going to get a match start?
Well, he should.
But it's
been such a scrappy wait. 21 darts already thrown for John Henderson. Neil Duff was left a frustrated man, losing his last game, 3 legs to 2. Is it going to be the same outcome if this tops goes?
35. Neil, we require 40.
So Duff to complete the great escape and to condemn John Henderson to a 3rd straight defeat. In it goes.
Shot and the match.
The turnaround is completed. Duff comes back and dishes out the same fate to John Henderson, to the one that he suffered earlier against Scott Mitchell. There you see the numbers. Well, the finishing was fabulous in the game, but a few problems checking into legs, and John Henderson lets the lead slip, and he's without a win in his first 3. That was unexpected. Second favourite Henderson was to win this week. Never mind this group. The favourite, Andreas Harrison, has won all of his games, and he's back in action next against Scott Mitchell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, It's something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? He's on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes.
Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this day of double trouble, double in, double out, and it does serve up darting drama. We've had plenty of that so far. What have you made of it, Glenn?
Very competitive, and Andreas Harrison maybe just a dart ahead of the rest. Robert Thornton's impressed. Neil Duff, good start for it to try and regain his title as well. So all to play for.
Certainly is. The last 5 matches have all gone to last leg deciders. Scott Mitchell coming back from 2-0 down against Neil Duff. In between that, Thornton, Burnett and Harrison getting wins, and then Duff returning the favour. He did it against John Henderson from 2-0 down. Henderson, without a win, that's a surprise.
Yeah, it is a surprise. He doesn't seem to start well in the Modus Super Series. He gets a bit like Neil Duff, seems to get better throughout the week. So I'm not going to write him off just yet.
And the player that's got the opposite record, Andreas Harrison, that's not a surprise.
The fact he doesn't play a double start is maybe just one element of a little, because I wasn't sure how he was going to have that transition. Now, he's just so cool. He's just so calm. That was a real delightful game. You don't often see Robert Thornton smile like that in defeat, but it was a terrific game that went down to the wire. But he's just so cool. He's so calm and a real potential champion this week.
And it could have been Thornton winning 3 from 3. He's been decent today, hasn't he?
He's been great. And like I said, we had questions about him because his form's not as it was. However, he loves this form. I think that's given him a real motivational boost. And he's looked really good at times. And this was just one-sided affair against Scott Mitchell. And it's not often you'll see Scott Mitchell lose 3-0.
And Neil Duff, you spoke to him earlier today, bouncing back from that disappointment at Champions Week, but he's doing some good stuff. He's now second in the table.
Started incredibly well, had a big disappointment, 4-match darts against Scott Mitchell, 2-0 up and lost the game. However, darts can just have that turnaround as well. In that game against John Henderson, he was second best throughout at time, and he got over the winning line in the end, so he'd be happy with 2 wins out of 3.
Yep, as I alluded to, Duff joint second in the table alongside Robert Thornton and behind Andreas Harrison unbeaten after 3. Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett with a win apiece, and John Henderson yet to get off the mark. Right, let's talk about Richie Burnett. How can we not? Look, only 1 win today on the dartboard, but it's his antics at the back of the stage that have caused a lot of the entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, I have this fascination with throws, but, where do you start with someone like Richie Burnett? From the sublime to the ridiculous at times, that was just a beautiful way to do it. But fair play to Scott Mitchell here. He saw the funny side, because throughout the game, Richie Burnett has this affair with the speaker. He's chatting away to it, and what Scott Mitchell's saying to him there, it's unfair that you've taken the side of Richie Burnett. Great to see.
Yeah, that's already going to be our first highlight, isn't it, from this latest batch of Modus Super Series, a Double Trouble 2. Series 8, we had plenty of highlights in that. Just before we sort of closed the door on it, What were your favourite moments?
I mean, it's just getting bigger. It's just getting better. The fact that we've had a Dutchman now win as well, so the whole ADC Europe, you know, and some of the players they're bringing over, we're going to see back. You know, the highlight of the ACD's Oceanic when Raymond Smith won it. So it's just getting competitive. You know, the finals night was such a big success, and just generally the Modus Super Series. I chat about what it means sort of locally to me, and to see it now go more and more global again, to see different countries playing, different people playing, it's just getting better and better. Roll on Series 9.
Absolutely. Emotion, entertainment and excellence. Here is some of the highlights from Series 8.
Can he wrap it up? In style, that's the way to do it. In a match.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox! What a way to win a game! It doesn't get better than that.
He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious!
Wow! Steve! Wow! The comeback is complete!
Shot and a Modus Super Series Week 5 champion, Thomas Burnett!
Andy Hamilton's missed 2. He thought he won it.
150's on. 3 times?
124.
I don't see no lady.
Oh, wow.
Well for him, it just comes into them all. Oh no, not again.
Switch.
No!
Oh.
That is the risk. Toto off the board.
1.
Full congratulations to Copa. I think the rest of this game will be played in good spirits.
Fifth gets Tommy to throw first.
You can only laugh. There's one. Oh, Andreas. Super spirit at the Super Series and success for Marvin van Velzen on Saturday. Now that brings an end to Series 8, and the bridge between that and Series 9 is this double trouble special. And Andreas Harrison, who actually won Series 7, has had no trouble at all with this format. Scott Mitchell had seldom played it before, but it's Harrison who has taken to it like a duck to water, winning all of his matches so far. Mitchell with 1 win to his name. That came against Neil Duff earlier on. Can he be the first to conquer Harrison in this one?
Well, there's a grimace on the face of Scott Mitchell. I just seem to be stood up in, and we're right behind the sign that you see behind Scott Mitchell's back there. Even in the practice darts there, that grimace of like he knows the importance of this Scott Mitchell. It would be good for the other players in the group as well, because the fear is that Andreas could run away from the Group A if he can go 5 out of 5 today. So Scott will understand that this is his moment.
No score.
Well, with Harrison not getting off, this is a chance for Mitchell to really take hold of this tie. Every leg matters. And in these short races, just holding your throat
140.
should be a little bit easier. Of course, the double start makes it a little bit harder.
No score.
Felt like he had a marker, but he's been unable to use it. And all of a sudden, Andreas Harrison is not producing the magical darts he did earlier in the day. In fact, so far in this match, Harrison is averaging 0.
85.
I'm waiting for you. Even you'd beat that, Glenn. I was waiting for you there, Mav.
$59.
Doesn't really work with a Grand Prix semi-finalist, does it? He is off the mark. Still no brushes. Did you ever get brushed at the Grand Prix or brush anybody?
I'm waiting. I think I'm working with Henry Deacon tomorrow, and he reminded me again on Saturday night. I did average 58 against Jose de Souza. Probably my worst moment on a dartboard. Barring me 8 losses here at the Modus Super Series. But yeah,
Scott, you require 101.
It's not something that you want. Good first leg eight from Scott Mitchell. Started beautifully. And finished equally as well. The perfect leg there for Scott Mitchell. There was just something about him before the dart was thrown. I was just looking at the two players. Andreas just being his usual self, where you could just see Mitchell just really trying to pump himself up. And the perfect start.
Yeah, good.
Henderson, who hasn't had problems getting off, really struggling.
Just cannot check in, Andreas Harrison. Fortunately for him in this leg, nor can Scott Mitchell. And that's an opportunity missed because this is Harrison's throw. That'll do, won't it?
122.
Absolutely. Mitchell, total control. And then a double one gets Andreas Harrison going. However.
120.
Well, before this game, he was
97.
the best player. Starting legs, 37.5% across his first 3 matches on checking in. I dread to think what the stat is in this game.
$95.
Just worked it out. I think it's 16%, Glenn.
83.
I got 15.85%, but I'll go with yours.
It's 15.856, so you should round it up, really. Anyway, Durant and Deek is tomorrow, isn't it?
Don't remind me.
It was Mitchell and Burnett with a double act at the end of the previous match. Good fun. But really serious. You kind of drew our attention to it in that first leg. The expression on Mitchell's face has been ultra focused in this game.
Andreas, your
Good
record
to see.
102.
He's getting that balance right. We saw the funny side of him with that Burnett game. Decisions to make on this one. Bullseye's the smallest target on the board there for him. I like a treble 14 on that one, especially the fact he loves top so much. To take real control of this match.
$30.
Well, he missed an opportunity at the start of the leg.
Andreas,
He's
you
missed an
require
opportunity at the end of the leg here, Scott Mitchell. And Andreas Harrison will not need asking twice. Maybe he will.
30.
The doubling at the start has been a problem for him, and it turns out the checking out is troublesome too.
Yeah, the worst performance of the day from Andreas Harrison when he had a real opportunity to take control of this group. But Scott still has to see out this leg.
10.
Incredible.
Andreas, you require 10.
A pair of fives. Well, it's scruffy, isn't it, at the moment from the Swede?
8.
And still he can't find a way to win the leg.
It's just so unlike Andreas. This has totally come out of the blue. That's about as much emotion as you'll get from him. Scott Mitchell normally doesn't need asking twice. And Scott Mitchell leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
5 darts missed to win that leg, Andreas Harrison. And he's missed 10 darts at doubles in as well. So that's 15 darts at double missed. in
40.
2 legs. He did actually miss 10 darts at double in his first game.
Yeah, just the 7 missed darts at a double for Scott Mitchell, but that's better from Harrison. Write him off at your peril.
65.
In that first game, Harrison rescued it with a finishing 3 out of 4, but not from 5 in this one.
84.
And Mitchell might be about to be the first to burst the bubble.
Well, in the penultimate game, Andreas Harrison averaged
60.
over 90 in that game. He was averaging just shy of 100 at one point. His average is about 40 points behind that at the moment. Literally 20 minutes in. The realisation's kicking in with him. You can see him behind.
100.
Mitchell's just been ultra professional.
A world champion in his own right, of course. Scott Mitchell, it's a great
60.
lineup, isn't it? John Henderson and Robert Thornton, both world seniors champs. Scott Mitchell, Neil Duff and Richie Burnett, both world champions at the Lakeside. And Andreas Harrison, a Modus Super Series champion.
100.
Yeah, it's the best group here with, certainly, I've commented on that's for sure. But it's this man in your picture who's got control of it. But he's decided to pick his worst game, and probably the worst time.
134.
Well, that's ideal for Scott Mitchell, who's 6 darts away for a big victory.
$59.
Yeah, he's doing so many other things. This Scott now, he's obviously got his commentaries. His first and foremost, his job as a farmer as well. And trying to balance all that at the moment.
100. Scott, you require 118.
Single 18 leaves double top for a 3-0 win.
98. Andreas, you require
Well, the way
82.
Harrison's been finishing, you'd say Scott Mitchell will be back. Surely double-double now.
Well, if it is double-double, it's 2 double 19s. I don't think that will be the route. It's tops. It is double-double.
62. Scott, you require 20.
No problem hitting the double to set up, but hitting the double to finish has been a big problem for Andreas Harrison in this game. He's missed all 6, and he's lost all 3 legs.
Scott Mitchell.
And after 3 straight wins, Harrison is beaten for the first time, and it's Mitchell who gets the job done. A whitewash win for Scotty Dog. Something to be proud of there, because Andreas Harrison is a man with a target on his back. And Scott Mitchell has enjoyed a comfortable victory in that one. Andreas Harrison just totally off-key, off-colour in that game. The starting was poor. The finishing was even worse. And Scott Mitchell took full advantage. Harrison's winning streak comes to an end. Coming next, don't go anywhere. John Henderson looking to get his first win remarkably, and Richie Burnett is back.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed a potential shock in the sense that the unbeaten Andreas Harrison lost to Scott Mitchell. No, it was only a defeat. It was a really disappointing performance from Andreas and a pretty routine, straightforward 3-0 victory for Scott Mitchell, who's now won 2 of his 4 games. He's laid his foundation now. But I guess the 2 disappointing players of today are the 2 on there. John Henderson, who's lost his first 3 games, and Richie Burnett, who has just won the 1 game. So a very important game at the sort of the bottom of the table to try and get themselves into form for the next couple of days. But been a funny old day for John Henderson so far. Games, he could have arguably won a couple of those games. Disappointing start, Chris, but not for the first time. He doesn't always come out on the Monday
First leg,
firing on all
John
cylinders.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, caught a bit cold here, John Henderson, and if he does end up losing all 5, that could be impossible to recover from in terms of winning this group. He's already then looking at a long week.
$160.
Perfect start for Burnett.
59.
Yeah, those Modus memories of Southampton. Those magnificent 9-dart. We've seen so many, but not to be here for Richie.
Yeah, he had one
81.
for a 9-darter. He also missed double 12 to win an entire series with a 9-dart finish. Us coming here coincided with him regaining his tour card, didn't it? So only being able to play it as of the start of this year.
$41.
Yeah, you've got the rocking and rolling throw of John Henderson
59.
against the throw, which is just impossible to dissect.
Yeah, if there was ever a game of darts that you're going to watch to learn how to throw, it's not this one.
So as we look at the side-ons,
139.
you've heard me talk about the importance of musical statues of the body and just the mechanics of the arm doing the work. And we're going to show you a couple of things which goes against the grain here to say that you don't have to be perfect with your throw. I often say to people, find your own rhythm and find your own way. As Burnett looks at tops here.
40.
But he will be back.
Yeah, there was no way there for Richie Burnett, but Henderson a long way behind, although maybe not for long.
93. Richard require 40.
Double 10. And still.
30.
I think he'll go over to the speaker now and have a word with a bit of a telling off, because this would hurt if this goes. Needs the treble if it does.
90.
Yeah, Richie Burnett, if you haven't been watching us, well, not just this week, last time he was here, sort of befriended the speaker to the back of the stage, using it as his good luck charm.
Game shot on the first.
He must have given it another rub before that checkout.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
He ain't a very happy man, is John Henderson. Nothing going his way. 3 losses on the spin. And that double 2 right at the end for Richie Burnett when John Henderson sat on a double.
32.
Burnett goes for cover successfully.
No score.
So let's have a little look at this throw.
Go on, Glenn, earn your money. Analyse this.
Well, I always say look at the nose first of all. If that hardly moves and just the arm's doing it, the arm's doing all the work, just look at that. I mean, where on earth would you start? And remember, this was a man who was the best player in the world, so don't ever try and be too perfect with your throw. Find your
60.
own style, and both of these players have got to the very, very top of the game. with their own unique style. That looked okay, and we'll get ready for the Hong Kong Fooey. Head goes back. The leg will go all over. Hey!
100.
And that's for John Henderson. Well, he's the king of the swingers, isn't he?
Yeah, so remember, look how far away he is from that Modus sign. He's sort of walking into his throw. It is a very unique style of throwing the dart, which has taken him again to the very, very top of the game.
$68.
So very, very upright is John. And look away. When you think of where we talked about the nose of where Richie Burnett was, so John actually walks on that rocking and rolling style of his. Unique.
But as you say, effective for them.
45.
Yeah, I go to a lot of academies now, and they're all trying to throw the perfect dart. 2 years ago, they all wanted to throw like Michael Smith. It's incredible how many are trying to throw like Luke Littler as well now. Find your own way of throwing.
However, if you were going to say any player has got all of the fundamentals right, which player would you model a throw on?
Steve Beaton,
60.
Damon Hetter, Dimitri Vandenberg. I'm all real big fans of them, and none of them are number one in the world. What you can't teach is that real X factor, that real bottle, that real tenacity that someone like Peter Wright showed last night.
Yep. Right written off.
100. Johnny require 100.
But wrote his own headlines last night. Now, can Henderson write some here? May stay there. That's a good guide. Couldn't make it work.
65. Richie require 56.
So for 2-0, it's tops.
36.
Maybe the first bit of luck for John Henderson for a while. He's lost his last 2 games by 3 legs to 2. He's been competitive, just can't get over the winning line. Will he give himself a chance in this one?
25. Richie require 20.
For the 2-0 lead and to go 1 away.
Game shot on the second.
Gets there in the end.
Richie
Burnett
Burnett
leads 2-0. He had a disappointing start to the day, but he's a leg away from 2 wins on the spin. So good times for Richie Burnett.
No score. No score. $120. 32.
Despite the fact that double 16 going in for Burnett. Very much advantage Henderson, especially with that dart.
$100.
Maybe just a maximum only for Burnett to get back in this one.
$60.
I haven't felt there've been many legs actually where a player's been totally out of it, even when they've taken a few darts to get off. So often they've been a bit of scrappy visits from their opponent, or they've managed to find that big visit.
I definitely think there's a mental side to it as well, because, you know, if there's not the double in type thing,
100.
That realisation that you need a big score, but sometimes when your opponent's not off, it's,
Yeah, there's so many things to take into consideration this week.
60. $121. Johnny require 136.
136. 6 starts at it for Henderson to keep himself in this contest.
He's been squinting his eyes all morning as John. He doesn't look comfortable. He's approaching the hockey at the moment, and you have to say them shoulders sagged a little bit as he walked back there. Just not his day.
Maybe a bit of fatigue as well, as I mentioned. Went to the Old Firm Derby yesterday. Would have travelled down last night. It's not the quickest trip, is it, from the Highlands to Pompey? Having a look behind him there. Can he hear Richie Burnett? I mean,
that's love.
He's one more rub away from a genie appearing.
36.
Got his first wish granted there. Henderson didn't take it out, so Burnett gets a go.
If this scores, I am going down to that speaker.
Oh, he's gone treble 11 to leave tops.
93.
The dart bounced out. Henderson wants the same target. Needs another rub, Richie.
Perfect marker. It's just not happening, is it?
20. Richie require 40.
Well, we went through 5 games of 3-2s. The last game ended 3-0, and this one exactly the same again. It was a little bit scruffy at times. It's just not the day, but always magnanimous in defeat is John Henderson, one of the great guys. And Richie Burnett and the speaker win the game by 3 legs to 0. He's beginning to motor a little bit now. It was a disappointing start to the day, remember, for Richie Burnett. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. He was in control throughout. He get the winning double. John Henderson's having problems finishing his games off, but it was all about Richie Burnett as we move on to another big game. It's Robert Thornton against Neil Duff.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
The plan was if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Like, oh, you're running around like a madman, and like, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what? I got back to the room and I was so furious. I was like, how does this, like, oh, mate, I wasn't happy. She goes, you wouldn't be ready for it. And, like, I was like, what? Hurt me a little. No, that's really early for a lot of people, isn't it? 9 a.m. No, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't grab any of Kyle's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I'm sure there's a lot of people actually wondering what your handicap is in golf, if you want to.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the latest in our series of On the Hockey specials with top professional darts players and profiles in the sport is going to air tomorrow live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, or premieres on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel at 6 p.m. Heta has been in superb form and has made a real impact in his time in darts, having moved over from Down Under. He's been here to the Modus Super Series as well, but no sign of him playing in it anytime soon. Playing now,
It's Robert
Thornton
Game
and
on.
Neil Duff about to do battle, and we were talking about it. Both of them would be probably pretty happy with how things have gone so far, but that might change for one of them at the end of this match.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the winner of this game will be delighted. They actually had breakfast this morning together. It was a surreal moment as I went downstairs with Robert Thornton in just his shorts, but that's another story.
Yeah, we'll get that story actually. Maybe that's one for On the Hockey as well, Glenn Durrant. And at home with Durrant and Thornton. What was on the breakfast menu for Robert Thornton?
When actually seeing Robert sat there, I sort of looked away, so I'm not really sure.
Quaker oats.
Yeah, I think yeah. I think that's exactly what Neil Duff had. I think he had I think cornflakes was his choice this morning.
All the big exclusives here.
123.
Make sure you get a report for tomorrow.
Just hope I don't walk into the shower with him in there. That's all I'm saying.
140.
But what a start. What a day for Robert Thornton, actually. You see, he could have very easily gone into this game with 3 wins out of 3. But he's got to be delighted the way he's played. Could go tops. He was very conservative last time. Certainly wasn't this time.
40. Here we require 140.
Well, this would hurt. Treble 20 for starters. Not going to happen. So we'll just try to tee up tops himself. And with Thornton on 60, it's no gimme. 60, one of the harder two-dart finishes, isn't it? Because you can block tops.
Yeah, and the fact he has to not only move, he had to move a long way.
Game shown the
But when
first
Robert
leg.
Thornton needs tops,
Robert Thornton.
we should never doubt him. One of the greatest tops players we've ever seen.
It's Neil to throw first.
Just wanted to get a word from you, Glenn, having seen that preview of the Damon Heta feature, about the impact that he's had on darts since moving across. Of course, a top 10 player now, Damon.
I was criticised recently because I do talk so positively about Damon Heta,
No
but
score.
you know, in my final year on this, I sat next to him. He's a born winner, but it's not just all about Damon Heta. I often talk about the fact that he's here with his wife Megan as well, and I just think they're a fantastic team. Typical Aussie mentality, a real winner. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's
no score.
Moved very close to Jim Williams. The house he was in there is Jim Williams' best friends who they're renting off. He's looked at his fitness. He's looked at his walk on. I like it.
100.
And remember, my first World Championships was my first game when he came over was against Damon Heta. And who'd have thought 4 years' time he's right up there as arguably one of the top 3-4 players on the floor and doing everything he can to get that transition to get a TV title. I'm a big, big fan.
Yeah, and On the Hockey with Damon Heta
100.
will be available here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from 6 p.m. tomorrow. The best thing to do is subscribe. Click that notification bell.
41.
And if you do enjoy our content, make sure you give us a thumbs up as well. Will it be thumbs up for Neil Duff at the end of this visit? Or indeed at the end of this leg at least? See, I never get that,
no.
Glenn. When a player's so far ahead, they miss a treble, which is normal. and then react like that as if it's the worst thing in the world.
140.
Yeah, I always feel like you're giving your opponent that you're not 100% mentally strong, but it was a good set of play in the end. Can he see it out? Double 12.
No score.
And I can attach my narrative now that he missed that because of the negative energy he gave off in the previous visit.
I know there's an element of jest in what you're saying there, but I also believe there's an awful lot of truth in that as well.
Required 24.
Can he find it this time? That's a good guide.
Game
And he
shot
can
the second leg.
to level up the match
Nailed
at
up.
1 apiece. After that spell we had of 3-2, as the last two games have actually been 3-0, so that won't be
Third leg, it's
occurring
Robert
this
to
time
throw
around.
first. Game on.
If you're wondering what's going on, you've just
No
tuned in
score.
and think everyone's gone mad. It is actually a double start this week. All week. Double in, double out. First to 3.
115.
Well, Neil Duff's been excellent at getting off in this game. Robert Thornton started the match, no problem whatsoever. Off first start.
40.
It took him 6 darts in the last one, 5 in this one. That could be the difference at the end of the play in this game. Neil Duff has stolen the throw. But when he has control,
97.
you're just wanting one treble. He gets it there with the last dart. Advantage Duff.
100. $60.
A bit more frustration vocalised this time by Duff. Usually Robert Thornton, who's kind of that kind of attitude, but he's been quite
140.
positive today.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching Robert Thornton. And I'll go back to what you said. I think the negative vibes in his body when Neil Duff has had a good day.
75.
Could be a great day still with 4 wins potentially.
Yeah, just 3 fixtures to come after this one. Henderson against Mitchell next, then
97.
Duff ends his day against
record
Andreas Harrison before
154.
Thornton faces Burnett. And the fact that Harrison has now lost a game means it could be very tight at the top of the table.
60.
Yeah, Andreas only arrived
Robert,
late
you require
yesterday as well,
124.
so that was disappointing display. Is a bit of fatigue kicking in there. No such problem for Robert Thornton right now. It's bullseye for a 2-1 lead. Oh,
74.
in and out.
Now we require 94.
Duff could start on the bull here, but could go big and bold. Or wherever he seems to go, he's hitting the 1.
34. Robert, you require 50.
Thornton won't be going for it this time. 10 for his trusty tops. And in it
Game shot on the
goes.
third leg.
And he leads 2-1.
Robert Thornton. Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on. $100.
Again, no such problems are getting off for Neil Duff.
56.
1 from 5 on the doubles at the end of the leg. Well, this has been his problem, his usual power scoring. 7 scores of a ton, but no 140s or 180s in this match for
59.
Neil Duff. Whereas Robert Thornton has already had 4 140s in this game.
$45.
It can feel like a bit of a freebie this leg for Robert because he knows he has the darts in the last leg. But Duff putting a professional
95.
performance here. And it looks like we're going the distance unless Robert fills this up.
137.
Well, just tap Stuff on the shoulder with 2 trebles. A couple of times he's done that, just regathered.
44.
I'm not saying it did happen, but you can get the occasional chatterbox, and Robert Thornton does tick that box of sort of talking to himself. I had some wonderful battles with him, but
139.
yeah, around about now, I think he...
63.
Yeah, it's almost
Robbie, you require 124.
unconscious, isn't it? It's not an accusation of any foul play. It's a habit that is difficult to get out of.
Yeah, this group's full of characters. It's been a brilliant day, actually.
72. Now we require 140.
And Robert Thornton looking good, unless we see something special from Neil Duff. He was the finish of the week, and again has to stop there.
I think you might be right, Glenn, because it was easy to see that Thornton was having a bit long old conversation with himself on that occasion. 12 for tops.
They may not be sharing breakfast tomorrow. It's double 10 for Robert Thornton.
32. Now you require 112.
It's landed there a lot, hasn't it? In that one segment, that's been the problematic
76.
dart for Duff today.
Robert, you require 20.
For 3 wins out of 4. Doesn't move.
No score. Now we require 36.
Double 18 becomes double 9.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Duff
leg. Neil
delivers
Duff.
deadlock. 2-2.
Fifth and final leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, both players don't look very happy, and Neil Duff will not be happy when he turns round, because that is plumb.
80.
Job done for Thornton. Duff has to get off. And does.
45.
Game on.
It could be a significant game, this. And is Neil making his move here?
135.
Had to fight, hasn't he, for the points he's got? Started with an easy win on paper when he won 3-0 against Burnett in game 1, but the other two, should he get this one, will have been in deciders. Indecisive at the moment, Duff.
$125.
Always saw you, Glenn, as an ultra-focused player. Was there anything that could put you off on the hockey?
47.
Yeah, when things are going well, no. When things aren't going so well, you can hear a fly whistle from 500 yards. And right now, I sense that with Neil Duff. I didn't feel we talked about that negativity early doors. We saw a little bit with Steve West in that finals night when he had the match in the grasp of his hands. You've got to be focused.
100.
We're going right down to the wire here.
A big shot for Duff. It would be a big shot in more ways than one. Unfortunate with dart number 2.
87.
And then once again misfires
Robert,
with
you
the
require
third.
76.
Just going to be the one dart. Big 16. No problem hitting the big number. And no problem hitting double top. It's a clap of the hands for Robert Thornton. A very, very frustrated Neil Duff. He was clearly affected throughout that game, but Robert Thornton has been superb today. It's 3 wins out of 4 for the Scotsman. We felt he could be good value because he loves this format. Nothing in the stats, nothing to separate them. Just one double at the end for Robert Thornton. He's got the skill to do that, and he'll be a happy man going into his final game of the day as we move on to the final games for John Henderson and Scott Mitchell up next.
Well, the double trouble table is taking shape here at the Modus Super Series, and Robert Thornton has just climbed to the top of it with a 3-2 win over Neil Duff. That's level on points with Andreas Harrison. Both of those players winning 3 of their 4 matches so far. Duff and Scott Mitchell, along with Richie Burnett, winning half of their games, and quite surprisingly, John Henderson yet to get off the mark. He's got one more chance to change it, and that chance is here against Scott Mitchell. Glenn Durrant is alongside me, and hate to say it, Glenn, I really do hate to say it, but you're right about Robert. He's top.
Yeah, we weren't sure. And like I say, he's got a real bounce in his step as well. And I'm beginning to see that bounce in the step of Scott Mitchell. I have a feeling if he can get away from here with 6 points, he knows that there's so many gears to go for him. So I think he'll have a real delight if he can get over the line. And for John Henderson, he just wants to go back, reset and come back and start again tomorrow. But for the group, for the players in the players area, John Henderson win just really crunches up this league table, and it's been a fascinating day, very enjoyable day. And like I said, please stay with us the rest of the week because it's going to be fantastic. Get yourself here on Saturday night.
40.
You're going to have some real world champions, top players in this different format there, and you do make it that little bit special by being here on a Saturday night. So get yourselves into Portsmouth on Saturday.
No score.
Yeah, it should be a great night. And if you want to be here, just scan that QR code. I'll take you straight through to the ticket page. Just £2 as well. And I can also tell you that tickets for the next Champions Week are now on sale. They sold out this time, so be early. It's a great night. It's in early December this time around. Early Christmas party, the 7th of December to be exact. Tickets are going to be a £5 for the Champions Week plus a £2 booking fee. Every other week just the £2. And there are a couple of special weeks as well where there are afternoon sessions featuring the ADC Winmore Championship Tour Grand Final. That's the 16th of November. And the week before, the Women's ADC Championship Tour Grand Final with some great players in action in the Saturday afternoons before the finals nights in the evenings. The ticket will get you admission to both of those events.
100. $140. Joe number 121.
Took 7 darts for Scott Mitchell to get off in this leg. John Henderson has run away with it.
59.
Should start on the 19s. Good counter the board. He likes to stay on the 20 bed to Scott, but on 303. One way to get down to finish, but he needed a couple of trebles. Henderson to see out the first leg.
John never requires 62. Game shot on the first leg.
And gets the job done.
As bad as it looks, Murph, the fact that John Henderson's played 4 lost. He's had a couple of 3-2 defeats as well, hasn't he? And I guess if he does look back, he clearly doesn't look 100%, and maybe his preparation of coming down here from Scotland could have been different, but I still think there's plenty to play for this week. But Mitchell having real problems in getting off.
Well, look, Glenn, if Henderson manages to win this match, Duff gets the better of Harrison and Burnett can beat Thornton, then he's only 4 points off top.
No score. $120.
Yeah, it's 10 missed darts at a double for Scott Mitchell, but the fact that wasn't punished there by John Henderson. In fact, John's still not off.
40.
Yeah, you've got to capitalise on those missed darts, haven't you? Like you did, Glenn, because apparently when you won your World Championships, you survived missed darts in every leg.
Yes. I was reminded that as Scott Mitchell smashes in a 180. That's the first 180 for a while that we had. We're used to a plethora of 180s per game, but when it's double start, you don't often see the 180s as much.
180.
United bus. When one comes, the second follows.
It ends with a brace.
60.
Henderson can get back in the picture here. Probably needs another 180, but he'll settle for a 140 to draw level.
140. Scott, you require 141. $105.
Like it.
John, you require 141.
I'd certainly like this if it went up to John Henderson. Not to be. Mitchell will be back for 1-1.
87. Scott, you require 36. Game
Good use of the marker there from Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell.
Levels up the game. Henderson still could face a pointless day.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, getting off has been the trouble for these two in this game. No such problem for John Henderson here, which probably means that Scott gets off first start.
79. No score. $41.
And once again, when you're in control of a leg and not punishing, it just gives Scott an opportunity if he can get off here, which he has. If he pings in a couple of trebles here.
120.
Missed opportunity for John Henderson, you feel, however. He's still got the darts.
$44.
Scott Mitchell, who's used to sitting in this seat now. I'm getting a bit sick of these ex-players taking our jobs, Chris.
It's not really fair, is it?
140.
Dart players can commentate, but I've never been able to play darts.
$45.
He's such a nice guy, but it makes me think, how is he? There must be some frustration and anger in John Henderson right now. Scott Mitchell is just picking up the scraps. Started slowly in this game. Was taking real control in this mid-match surge here from Mitchell.
Yeah, 141 left for Mitchell. Again, it was a little delay in the throw there from Henderson. Don't see Mitchell as a type of player who chunters away to himself.
No, but of course he walks slowly there. But again, it's another indication. Not that that was the case. It's another indication. If John's not happy, things get to you. If John Henderson's winning 2-0, he doesn't see anything.
Just been in the eye line as he's walking back.
59.
You expect that when you play Scott. We've seen him be rapid today. I think what Scott's realised, this is the pace he's at his best.
And he might be about to get the best of Henderson. 82 to lead 2-1 when he returns.
Scott, you require 82.
He might start on treble 14. That was the intention. So instead of starting on the ball, he finishes on it.
57.
Yeah, not for me, that route, but I suppose when you're such a tops player, and then when your opponent's on 170, and the way John's playing, I suppose when you put it all together, maybe it was the right decision for Scott Mitchell. He's just getting himself repaired as Henderson is in turmoil.
$44. Scott, you require
Options
25.
for Mitchell here. Plenty of ways to take out 25, something that all pros will practice
Game shot
religiously,
the
and the practice pays off for Scott Mitchell, who leads 2-1.
Well, on the Damon Hetta theme, Chris, when Damon goes to a pro tour, his first routine is best of 21, 25 finish.
So he likes to do it with Dimitri or the Invisible Man, but he realises the importance of that finish, and Scott Mitchell realises the importance of that double off. He has taken real control of this match.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been John Henderson who's been the Invisible Man today. No points on the board. It doesn't look like changing.
Have you seen the winner of the week from what you've seen today? Or do you think it's all to play for still?
Yeah, I think it's anybody's.
$43.
Looking forward to seeing Bradley Brooks, Ted Everts. Two of my favourites as well at the back end of the week.
$55. $99.
Duff, Harrison next. I'm going to put the question the other way. Have you seen anyone who you think can't win it this week so far?
Well, I'm never ever going to write this man off in your picture. I had a feeling today wasn't going to be John Henderson because he doesn't often start Mondays quickly, but he'll probably go back to, I'm not going to top Group A now, but Group B is so much different to Group C. I mean, we talk about not just the 3 from 5 qualification scenario, but playing on a night as well. So we'll still see the best of John Henderson as Scott Mitchell is just working out what he needs.
Yeah, he's getting that reputation, isn't he? You sort of mentioned it earlier. I'd not noticed, but you're right, looking back through the history books. He's like the Boomtown Rats, John Henderson. Don't like Mondays.
Tell me why.
You tell me.
100. Scott, you reckon 100.
Well, he won't like it if this goes, because it would have been a miserable Monday for the Highlander. And the bullseye would win it for Mitchell.
92. John Iroquois, 161.
Will he go for the lesser spot at double 17 if he returns? Henderson in, a happy man. And these his last 3 darts he's thrown on this miserable Monday for Hendo.
Well, my prediction here, he goes for the double 17. Scott, Mitchell misses it by a mile, hits a single 2, and then gets double 16.
Game shot out
I'll let you finish, Glenn.
Scott Mitchell.
Straight to double 17, straight in for Scott Mitchell. It started slowly, didn't it, for the former world champion? But 3 wins out of the 5, 6 points. But for John Henderson, a miserable, miserable day. He will bounce back, but no wins out of 5. Pretty dejected as he goes off. Scott Mitchell will be fairly happy. He's new to the double off. It's something that's not akin to him, but he got better and better as the day went on. And Scott Mitchell just shy of the 80 average, really solid. Excellent on the outer ring as well. A good day for Scotty Dog as we move on to the penultimate game of the day. It's Neil Duff against Andreas Harrison.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes.
Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
What a day so far, and we are down to the penultimate game between the two players in your picture. Andreas Harrison, who opened up absolutely beautifully, 3 wins out with 3, then went into his 4th game, and he just, against Scott Mitchell, and it was such a disappointing display that I'm interested to see, can he bounce back from that? And for Neil Duff, it's been that roller coaster of a day. He's had his ups. He started off tremendously well, but looked a pretty disappointed, dejected figure in his final game against Robert Thornton. Clearly affected throughout the game when he was in control as well, but very similar to Scott Mitchell. He has the opportunity to finish the day on 6 points, and I think if he looks back on that, it's still a very, very good day. So a tough one to call, this one. Half an hour ago, I would have said it was straightforward Andreas Harrison win, but after that disappointing display against Mitchell, I'm not so sure now.
Well, I've given up on predictions, so let's just see what happens, shall we?
To throw first. Game on.
Duff has the darts. Did feel in that previous game that there was an air of negativity about Neil.
No score.
Andreas, you would describe as neither an optimist or a pessimist. He just gets on with it, isn't he? Head down,
40.
keeps calm, carries on. We finally got some emotion from him when he won the £25,000.
Yeah, the best finish I've ever seen at the Modus Super Series. Cameron Crabtree sat on a
60.
double 4. If someone corrects me there, but that 1-2-1.
But it hit a 171 to leave it as well.
140. 140. 123. 85.
Final game will be Richie Burnett against Robert Thornton. Well, however much you look, Andreas, they're not going to move.
Don't start chattering, Andreas.
62.
You might upset this man. Perfect.
Despairs at the second dart, does Duff?
100.
Does leave himself a more makeable finish than the one that
136.
Andreas is going to take on here.
Beautiful setup play though. Second best. Something like this has to go. It was this finish actually which frustrated Duff. He didn't hit the treble. He started shaking his head. Very reminiscent of that. And we had the conversation of you just putting that negative feel throughout your body.
32.
And that's where it sort of started going wrong for Neil Duff because he was on control of that game. But in this game, it's Harrison that has it, and he leads 1-0.
Andreas Harrison. Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, we'll just take a moment away from the
120.
Super Series. We did mention it briefly at the top of the show, but in all seriousness, well done to our commentary colleague Matthew Edgar at the weekend. Reached the final of the Welsh Open.
120.
Enough to put him in Lakeside. He could be listed alongside you at the start of next year, Glenn.
50.
It never had the same impact once I left.
Yeah, World Masters awaits and the Lakeside World Championship. Of course, Neil Duff, a winner of that himself.
Did you know I'm in the World Masters myself?
Are you going to take up the opportunity?
No.
6.
Did he still invite every former? Is it every former winner?
I think Phil Taylor's invited us.
Is it every former world master or every former world champion?
I think it's World Master.
130.
I wish I was playing a little bit better. I wish I could go over and I will be going to Lakeside to watch Matthew Edgar, that's for sure.
87.
And this man has won that title that Edgar's looking for. With darts like this, he needs tops for 1-1.
31.
Over the top. Well, Harrison can't do a thing about it.
$100. Now you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Much better.
Neil Duff.
It could still be a decent day for Neil Duff, and I'm sure that's what's in his mind right now. I'm sure he'd be disappointed the way the day's gone after that fabulous start.
60.
60 will do. Should be a marker, really, for Andreas.
40.
He does manage to find the double and get off in the opening visit. Okay, we're getting towards the end of the day here. We've now had, this will be, what, the 9th session of double start darts we've held at the Modus Super Series, and still haven't seen a player brushed.
And I think the quality of this group here, that's not going to happen this week. That I'm pretty confident in saying. But I've thoroughly enjoyed the day. I think all players have had their real moments. I thought Andreas Harrison was going to run away with it at one point, but he seems to have hit the skids a little bit, and there's a good chance here for Neil Duff to get to 6 points.
100.
And I think what it means is players like Scott Mitchell, who weren't at the best at the beginning, finish well, and it sort of brings in the Richie Burnett to this world. And for me, the player of the day has been Robert Thornton.
91.
Yeah, and he could still be the man at the top of the table at the end of the day. In fact, Neil Duff could end up top.
125.
Well, there's still plenty of jostling to do. But if he can win this game handsomely, go to the top of the table. And then if Burnett beats
100.
Thornton, he'd stay there.
116.
Yeah, maybe go and tell him that. Remember, this 116 was the problem, but this time no such problem with the treble. Tops.
96. Andreas, you require 170.
Another leaves the ball.
145.
Well, that really would have dismayed Duff. Might have destroyed Duff.
It may have still had an impact.
10. Andreas, you require 25.
Clinical kill last time. He was on 25. Bigger start of this match.
9. Now you require 10. Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
Yeah, that could be key. It could be
Full
5 players
to
tied
throw
on 6
first.
points in this group come the
Game
end of the day. Remarkably, John Henderson on nothing.
Yeah, when you have that one player on 0 points, we've seen it in the Group Bs and Group Cs. It really does crunch up that league table. And for the neutral, it's going to be a fantastic watch over the next 2 days. And this is the Neil Duff we expected to see today. it could still be a very, very good day for Neil.
Yeah, only leg difference, but if Duff wins this leg, he will be
58.
top of the table ahead of that final match.
I think he'd be amazed at that stat. I think he'll... There again, there's a lot of experience in that players area, that they look at the tables, the chat. But I have a feeling Neil Duff was like, the way I've played today, the way, you know, at times I haven't been myself, yet I finished the day top.
140.
And he's closing in on that position.
21.
Well, that was bad luck with the first start. Maybe affected the second, and then suddenly the door is open for Andreas Harrison.
$83.
But no shake of the head there from Neil. Feels like it's business now. Needs the treble low.
54. Andreas, you require 160.
Yeah, should have left it more handy. Last two visits from 201 only to get down to 126 in 6.
81.
Again,
Now
nice
we
and
require
simple. Big dart would have left a 2-darter there. Neil Duff needs the treble for the match. Can't check out. There's the shake of the head. 88 points left. Treble 16 or treble 20 will be the target.
Andreas, you require 79.
19s for Andreas. Leaves him double 11.
Game
What
shot
use he made of that guide.
Andreas Harrison.
Well, Duff won't be going to the peak of the pile.
Fifth
But will he
and
be
final leg,
joining
it's Neil to throw first.
Thornton,
Game on.
Mitchell and Harrison on 6 points?
Well, fair play to Neil Duff there, because he had that leg
100.
previously before that bounce out, the score of 21, the disappointing setup play. But no real hangover, a good start of a ton. But Harrison, that's why he's a champion.
80.
All to play for.
$140.
Fair play. Really good darts under the circumstances. Super darts from Duff.
140. $57.
Outstanding response from Harrison. Duff goes dry on the treble. Is it time for the Swede to take control? Flip-flopping
40.
again this match.
$140.
Good move from Duff to put himself on the precipice. 64 required to get a win that would keep this group bunched up.
40. Now we require 64.
Music to Duff's ears. Double 8.
60.
Frustration, but again, no real need to worry too much, because Andreas Harrison is not in a position to finish.
But he is now.
134.
So all the pressure now on
Now
Duff.
you
Double 2 is a
require
bit of a stinker
4.
because you're thinking of that double 1. But Neil Duff is a champion. He's got to keep reminding himself that. Madhouse. And he gets there in the end. How big will that be come Wednesday afternoon? Neil Duff has had a real roller coaster of an afternoon. Ups and downs, but he ends the day on a gaggle. With a gaggle of players on 6 points. He's done his job. It was a really tight affair, that one. They were averaging round about mid-80s throughout there. Maybe the doubles just at the end. You could feel the tension just between the pair. And for Andreas Harrison, the day started off perfectly well with 3 wins out of 3. He'll be disappointed to miss out and lose his final 2 games. But the main man is up next. It's Robert Thornton. He has a chance to go top. He plays Richie Burnett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and what's been a fascinating day one here at Double Trouble Week. It's been a day of ups and downs for players, but the one shining light has been Robert Thornton. He has the opportunity in this final game of the day to go top on 8 points against Richie Burnett. We can see the table there. John Henderson, who's had a day to forget, but that does mean that look at all them players on 6 points. And if Richie Burnett wins this game, we've got 5 of the 6 players on 6 points, meaning John Henderson wouldn't be necessarily out of play on that one, but very much all to play for. And the motivation for Robert Thornton is to go 2 points clear in this league. So a very, very important game for Richie Burnett. We've seen a bit of everything from him. We've even seen him chatting to speakers today, but he lost his first 2 games of the day, won his next 2. So he could go away a very happy man on 6 points. But a lot of the narrative has been about how well Robert Thornton's plays. Double in, double out has been very, very good today. And you'd have to fancy Thornton for this.
Yeah, it certainly would. As Richie Burnett completes his conversation with the referee Owen Binks, who's got a beaming smile on his face. Burnett, always an enjoyable watch, always an enjoyable listen as well. I'm sure we'll speak to him at some point during the week.
Game on.
He's come out with some great quotes over his darting career as well, hasn't he? And 2 fortunes, but spent 3 was one of them from Burnett. Famously said he lost a game 6-5 that he should have won 11-0. But it's just first to 3 in this. And Robert Thornton, I have to say, has looked the most positive that I've seen him for a long, long time.
$45.
Yeah, one thing about the Modus Super Series, you can write your conclusion before the dart's thrown. You'd fancy Thornton the way he's played today to do the business.
61.
And is the throw less important in double start, Glenn?
In a best of 5, I think the throw is important. I mean, it's in a long distance, you don't think too much or worry about winning the bullseye. But in this best of 5, it's always nice to have the darts. We've seen today how many games have gone 3-2. And if you've got the darts in that last leg, it is a big help.
140. $60.
Yeah, we've talked about chatterboxes on the hockey. And I guess we've got 2 of the biggest here, haven't we? So it could be a full-on conversation between them in this.
60.
Yeah, and they'll be well versed with each other's game. Both have been at the sharp end of darts for decades.
Treble 18 should be the shot.
134.
Is the shot. And clean as a whistle.
$45.
Quite surprisingly, no really massive
32.
meetings between them. Almost all of the meetings are away from the big stage as Burnett wins the first leg of this one. Just won in the early stages of the Players' Championship finals from their 19 matches in PDC darts. All of their games did come in PDC darts.
60.
Well, the double 16 went in and a kiss for the dartboard. That usually only happens when you win the match.
60.
Very slow start in this match for Robert Thornton. You can see that determination in his face.
60.
Just go back to something you said in the previous match, Glenn, then that would mean that both of these players would qualify for the World Masters as well. Thornton winning the tournament in 2007, Burnett back in 1994.
60.
I wonder if they're actually aware of that and whether they're going to take up that opportunity.
180.
Yeah, you don't actually get an invite. I actually got a message because someone's name was next to mine and said, so I had no idea I was invited. I think it's in
66.
Holland this year as well, so. But yeah, I wish I was playing a little better. I think I would have a dabble.
Yeah, and for those who have been watching the Super Series recently, another name that could play,
97.
Tony West, who's been here supporting his brother Steve recently. Burnett actually reached the final of the World Masters in 3 successive years. That's how good he was. Well, is it touching? Could be touching the 25.
120. Robbie, you reckon 104.
It's a bullseye moment, wasn't it, from Owen Binks? Here's what you could have won.
Seen this a few times today, haven't we, where people are in total control of the leg, but the setup play...
34.
That's, you feel it's not enough for Robert Thornton. Yes, it leaves a nice 70 finish, but it should have been a lot better than that. It just opens the door for Richie Burnett, who's dancing around. He's got darts around going the board. He's dropping his darts. All in a day's work for Richie Burnett. I like downstairs, but such a good marker, that second dart. He might stay there.
81.
Wowzer.
Robbie, you require 70. $37. Richie require 114.
Treble 18, the shot.
$58. Robbie, you require 33. Game shot
Thornton
the
levels.
second leg. Robert Thornton. Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Yeah, when you talk about funny stories of Richie Burnett, you can see he's jittery, his legs go. He once walked in a pub to the bar and comes second in the breakdancing competition.
No score.
Shabba.
I mean, it was good until
80.
you know when. Well, he's not going to be
no score.
Dancing too much at the end of this one. Maybe he heard you, Glenn. He tried to move there, didn't he?
It's waving at me. It's not my fault.
85.
Has gone back to the lucky speaker now.
Yeah. Can he have a rewind?
Well, we're getting into that territory, Glenn. We're getting into that territory here.
Yeah, the problem you have is that it's now misstarted, but just the score of 80 and 85. But
96.
I think if it gets to the 100 and all, that's when you start getting a little nervous.
There we go. Burnett breaks his duck.
The way he's playing, he could break his neck. The way he's diving about and jumping about. All in the life of Richie Burnett. Just love watching him play.
60.
You get a reaction to every single dart, don't you?
100.
It's bizarre to think that Robert Thornton's the sensible one in this game, isn't it? Because it's usually him we're talking about. He must be thinking, what on earth is geezer doing?
60.
Feels like a match of 1,000 faces.
$100. Robbie, you require 120.
Shanghai, perfect marker for the treble. Surely not tops this time. Stay on that treble. Leads a 2-dart. Thornton looking good. Remember, a win here for Robert Thornton. He goes 2 points clear of the pack.
$85. Robbie, you require 60.
This will be the first game tomorrow, so real double header between them. Thornton looking really focused right on the right-hand side of the rocky again.
40.
Successful from earlier.
Richie
Burnett was second best.
136.
He's got an outside chance of the 136. Needs a treble, of course.
Not happening.
Treble 13 or treble 17 when he works it out, because you feel like his mind's gone blank.
$78. Robert, you require 20.
Pat on the back for the referee for telling him the right
Game
requirements.
show, the third leg.
And a
Robert
nice
Thornton.
little celebration from Robert Thornton in taking the league. He's now one leg
Robert,
away
it's
from
Robert
topping
to
the group
reverse.
outright on points here,
Game.
Robert Thornton. Burnett bemused in the background.
$56.
Both activate the leg.
52.
With dart 2.
Yeah, one big score here from Thornton, you feel.
80.
Only really hit big scores a couple of times in the game as well. Thornton, a 140 and a 180. Hasn't thrown a single ton in the match so far.
100.
That's Burnett's 5th.
His 5th triple toe loop.
58.
Yeah, he was a budding Olympian in his younger days, Richie Burnett, but ended up doing the hop, skip and jump at the same time.
41.
It's like watching Jonathan Edwards, isn't it?
$60.
Yeah, you sense it could be a real missed opportunity for Robert Thornton if he doesn't get over the line in this one.
Well, should have been starting on 18s really, but I mean, I'm not sure he did or didn't there. In between the 20s and that target.
41.
Have they announced the lineup for Strictly yet?
$100.
Looks like dancing on ice at times. But Robert Thornton, just a 147 away.
$60. Robert, you're going 147.
Set up play, superb.
135.
It hasn't been the best from Robert Thornton, but he's done enough. And he is looking good for 4 wins out of 5. It looks like it's job well done for Robert Thornton. For Richie Burnett, very reminiscent of the others. At times
60.
he's looked great. At times he hasn't. Chance for Thornton.
Robert, you require 12.
This then to top the table on day 1 of Double Trouble, which Thornton finds at the end of the day.
Richie, you require 147.
Well, this time it's the Burnett chance for the 147. Not to be. Thornton will be back.
He took out a brilliant 146 earlier today, didn't he, Burnett? But the 147 beyond him.
97.
Having busted his score intentionally
Robert, you
in the
require
previous
12.
visit, Thornton returns for double 6. Can bounce it in off the barrel. Double 3.
6.
Not there yet.
I
Chance
just-
after chance.
Yeah, I
Richie,
mentioned
you
in the middle of
require
this leg,
50.
this could be a real missed opportunity for Robert Thornton. It's one of them legs where Burnett gets one dart at a double, you feel. You feel.
30. Robert, you
5
require
missed.
6.
Won his first World Seniors title on double 2. I wonder if he'll go that way or whether it's straight for double 3, which he's been unsuccessful with so far. It is in.
Game shot
And that is a 3-1 win for Robert Thornton, who with that victory tops the table on day 1 of the 2nd edition of Double Trouble, and the double start king is proving to live up to that billing. A winner of the World Grand Prix. Will he be a winner of the double in, double out tournament here at the Modus Super Series this week? A hard-fought victory against Richie Burnett and a win that sees Thornton climb to the top of the table. He will end the day on 8 points and will be the only player with that tally. And we are going to catch up with him in a few short moments.
In Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
Yeah, we're going to chat to Robert Thornton in just a moment, but first let's take a look at what has happened today. Glenn, here are the results from today's matches. Neil Duff got off to a good start, a 3-0 win against Richie Burnett. It's Thornton, though, who's gone on to win 4 out of his 5 matches. A really good day for him. He's just joining us now. But before we speak to him, Glenn, just your assessment on the day as a whole.
Yeah, very competitive. Players there with real ups and real downs. And we did sort of call it at the beginning of the day. We felt that Robert Thornton, we may not be in the form he once was, but when it comes down to this format of double start, double finish, we did feel he was going to be excellent value, and he's proven that today he was the best player.
You love this format, don't you, Robert? Well done.
Oh, I love it. I love double start, double finish. It's sorts of men for the boys, doesn't it? So, as I said in the practice room, you could be number 1 in the world, 128. But if you don't hit that double to start, that number 1 in the world goes right out the window.
How much has that experience of having won the World Grand Prix helped you playing in this format here today?
Nothing. You've seen that group.
Yeah.
That group's mad. Yeah. It is mad. And
Glenn
it's
said
going to
today,
take a good to win it.
Best Group A ever. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, you look at the stars in there, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I mentioned it was full of experience, full of world titles, major. What was it like in the Players' Lounge? Because there's a lot of, we even use the word egos, a lot of characters.
No, to be honest with you, it's all camaraderie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good, it's having a good laugh in that in there. But it's known when to switch it off when you walk on the hockey. A lot of players can't do that. Whereas I go up here, I've got no friends up there. Everybody up there is an enemy.
Yeah, we've just seen that there with your win over Neil Duff there. I mean, we're actually sharing breakfast together this morning, weren't we? So
yeah, I mean, I love Neil to bits, but off of that board, one of my best friends, on that board, worst enemy.
We also noticed today, look, you're well known for being quite expressive, sometimes sort of letting how you feel be shown. But today,
I kept it calm today, didn't I?
You look pretty positive. Was
I
that
made a promise to my wife that usually when I'm too animated, I lose focus. Today, I promised her I'd keep it down a little bit and keep focused, and I've done that. And I was a little bit animated today, but not in front of the other players, if you know what I mean.
You're one of the best top hitters of all time. Did you change your strategy, before coming down here? Have you been practicing a little bit different for double off?
No, to be honest with you, I mean, double tops is my favourite double, but before I started hitting tops, double 18 was my best. And I won the World Masters on double 18. Yeah. And I thought to myself, do you know what, if I'm just under the wire, go for double 18. And that's what I did today, and it proved all right.
Best starting double of anyone today, 44%. Was that the key difference, do you think?
Well, that's probably better than me finishing doubles, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, to me, I think if you've got to try and get off with your first 2 darts. If you don't do that, then the pressure's on you.
We've been talking to Glenn about memories of playing in the World Grand Prix. While you're here, while we've got you in double start, just tell us a few memories of that famous win against Michael van Gogh in that brilliant final in 2015.
To be honest with you, I don't remember a lot of the match, but I do remember at one of the breaks, he showed a little sign which Michael doesn't show, and I knew going into the last set I had him, which is it's kind of weird. But that players get to read that players, you know yourself. And if they can't get rid of a person they know they should beat, then it starts playing in their head. And I know I started playing in his.
Yeah, it's interesting, talking about playing that final game there, we were saying, look how professional Robert Thornton's looking, because when you're playing Richie Burnett, it must be. I think I've only ever played him once, but I mean, the leg kick in the arms, the chatter, the movement, the break dancing, everything, you name it, he did it in that game, whereas you were really professional.
He's one of them. I mean, I think at the end of the game, you saw both of us laughing and that. You can't help but love Richie. His antics and stuff, but he don't do it to put you off. That's the thing. That is just Richie Burnett, and I think that's why he's any dart player and any fan you talk to will turn and go. They'll no turn and say, "Oh, I don't like Richie." Everybody loves him.
Yeah, we can see an example here of Richie Burnett and his antics. How he stays on his feet here, it's quite remarkable.
See, I don't get it. He's like a Weebles Wombles, isn't he? You remember them toys years ago?
Yeah.
It's like he wobbles, but he never falls down.
Yeah, remarkable. Look, just a quick word on the other players. In fact, let's look at the table and we'll talk through it that way. Robert Thornton, obviously top, 4 out of 5. Great start for him, but it's really bunched up between the other players. We'll touch on John Henderson in a moment, but the rest of them, are they going to be happy enough?
Neil Duff should be happy because he was nowhere near his best today. And when he looks at the fact that he's only 2 points behind, so the head-to-head with Robert tomorrow would be my mindset there for Neil Duff. Scott Mitchell started really slowly. Got to be delighted he's on 6 points. I think the others will be slightly disappointed. Richie Burnett was just a bit off pace. The one person who can look in the mirror when they get back and say, job well done, is the man sat next to me.
Yeah, and John Henderson at the other end of the table. We know that he's a little bit fatigued, had some travel problems getting here. He'll be a different man tomorrow, won't he?
Yeah, I think if Richie Burnett had won that game and everyone was on 6 points for John Henderson, maybe he's thinking about getting some wins under his belt tomorrow, planning his attack maybe for Group B. I can't imagine Robert, Scott, Neil Duff, dropping too many points over the next 2 days. So it might be a different sort of vision looking forward for John Henderson the rest of the week, but don't write him off just yet.
For you, Robert, top of the table, you're in pole position. Is it keep this newfound calmness and carry on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems to be working. I mean, as I said, when I'm animated, I seem to lose control a little bit. I get angry with myself. Today, I never got angry with myself, and I kept focused.
The players who got angry today, my final word, the players who got angry today are the ones who'll be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
You were the one who stayed professional throughout. Of course, you're going to have your facial mannerisms, your body language, but I thought your professionalism there's the thing that stood out for me.
I think, to be honest with you, if I don't have my facial mannerisms, there's something wrong. Yeah. But I think, to be honest with you, I mean, Big John had travel issues through the night. He never got in until 10 to 6 this morning.
Early hours, yeah.
So the man's had no sleep. I think you'll see a different player tomorrow.
Yeah,
definitely.
And just finally for you, you mentioned that you do react, haven't as much today, but it just shows it means something, doesn't it? Every game of darts is meaningful to you.
Every game of darts is meaningful to me, but double start, double finish, I love it. I mean, and as I said, you could be number 1 in the world and number 128 in the world. If you don't hit them doubles, then you're out.
Well, good job today, Robert. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks for your company, as always. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We'll see you from 9:30 a.m. here for the second day of Double Trouble live at the Modus Super Series.